Oh, I'm sorry. This one's not conditional. Yeah. Mr. Demikoff. And we're just waiting for Carrie, I believe.
I should check that.
That's. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Kelly has access to let in.
Correct. You want me to go? Yeah, Chris is working.
You see Carrie right into it? Can you hear us, Mr. Demikoff? Mr. Phytros?
Yes, I can.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
Carrie, Wright, can you hear us?
If we could do the
He's not
same as
logged
the
in.
executive session, we'll speak into our mics.
Yes.
Yep, I've just been let in, so I'm good now and I can hear everyone.
Thank you. Are we ready for the flag salute? There, everyone? Thank you. I,
I wish to read the Open Public Records Act. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have its. Yeah. Okay. The New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law was enacted to ensure the right of the public to have advance notice of and to attend the meetings of public bodies at which any business affecting their interest is discussed or acted upon. In accordance with the provisions of this act, the Ridgefield Park Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, and place thereof posted in the Bergen Record, Municipal Building, Board of Education offices, and district website. Public participation. Public participation will be conducted both in person and virtually through Zoom. All public will be muted throughout the meeting. Public participation comments are limited to 5 minutes. The public will be able to both speak and be seen by the board when participating virtually and telephonically via Zoom. Individuals participating virtually that wish to make comments during the public participation will need to raise their hand by clicking the blue hand icon at the bottom of their Zoom window. Individuals participating by telephone that wish to make comments during the public participation will need to hit *9 on their telephone to raise their hand. The business administrator, board secretary will then unmute individuals one at a time to speak in the order that their hand was raised.
Thank you, Mrs. Grabstein.
Roll call.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Fernandez.
Here.
Mr. Phytros.
Here.
Mr. Gomes.
Here.
Dr. Martinez.
Here.
Mrs. O'Neill. Here. Mrs. Rodriguez. Here. Mr. Thiemann.
Here.
Mr. Verselli.
Here.
Mr. Cathcart. And President Gibbons.
Here. Thank you. Do we have any communications?
We have minutes to approve. We have minutes to approve. We have the minutes to move the minutes of June 9th, executive session, June 9th, regular meeting minutes, June 14th, executive session minutes and special meeting minutes, June 23rd, executive session minutes and regular meeting minutes. You're welcome.
Communications?
Do we have we have a motion to vote?
We have a second?
Second.
Second, Mr.
Sally,
Gomes.
second.
Mr. Verselli. Okay, roll call. Mr. Fernandez.
Present.
Mr. Phytros.
Yes.
Mr. Gomes. Dr. Martinez.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill. Yes. Mrs. Rodriguez. Yes. Mr. Thiemann.
Yes.
Mr. Verselli.
Yes.
And President Gibbons.
Yes. Thank you. Communications. We don't have any communications.
The only thing I wanted to report on is that the buildings and grounds projects are going along nicely. We had an update with the architect on Monday night at the committee meeting. And just that really is the big project right now, trying to get everything completed for the start of school. Some things will go into the start of the new year, but they won't disrupt classes. We're now working on our SSO applications for free and reduced lunch. And because of COVID, students in the district will all be receiving free meals through the participation in the SSO program. I think that's
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
Ms. Cropsey?
Yeah. Who am I
When
asking?
you,
Oh, Mr. Gomes.
sorry, I
Oh,
don't know
I'm
if my
sorry.
mic is working or not. When you say that the students will receive free lunch, is that all students or just
Yes.
ones that qualify?
It's all students. Just because of this year, we participate in what's called SSO, which is a seamless summer option. And that means all students in the district, because we participate in the National Free Lunch Program, they'll all be eligible for free meals.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no other communications, committee reports? of Buildings and Grounds. Would somebody like to speak for Mr. Cathcart, possibly, B&J?
Yeah, I just. Hi, as Carrie reported, we had the Buildings and Grounds meeting. Most of the projects are in progress. Nothing coming? Keep the mic. We had, there we go. Okay. Most of the projects are moving along quite goodly, well. Also, the only problem I see is the gym. We have a big problem. It's not going to be ready till October. I don't know how that happened. I don't know who dropped the ball, why we ripped out the floor without having the material in-house. How this happened, the students are going to suffer. I don't know what happened here. I have no answer for that. I don't know who dropped the ball, who authorized ripping that floor up before we even had purchased or had it in stock in-house, the flooring. There was a delay with the remediation, but we knew that going in, that was part of the project. So that's all I have at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Teeman.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Bob, was that a question or a comment?
Which part?
The part about what you don't know why or how?
I
Shouldn't
don't
we be-
know. It's
shouldn't
just
we
a
be asking that
statement.
question?
That's a statement.
But should we be asking the question?
You can.
Sorry.
I can.
We all can. Why? I don't know. I don't know.
We
the
did,
answer. I
Rick.
don't know.
Rick, it was asked in the committee meeting, and nobody, that was one of the things that we asked. Why, if we're waiting on the floor, why was it ripped up?
I don't know who authorized it.
I'm
We have
just
to
feeling-
find out who authorized it.
I'm just feeling a little embarrassed as a board that we don't know what happened. And we're not interested in finding out why.
That's done at the administration. That's not the board. And that was brought up that we talked about the initial floor was going to be done before school opened. Were you down here every day to check on it? I wasn't. Oh, well, I mean, this is, I don't know where it is. Maybe somebody else has the answer. Do we have anything further for Buildings and Grounds?
I don't think so.
Do we, negotiations?
We need a motion
Negotiations.
to approve
I'm sorry.
we need a motion to approve the resolutions. A motion to approve the resolutions.
Which?
Buildings and Grounds, are we doing that?
No, not yet. No.
Okay. Oh, it's first the committee report, okay, sorry.
Trustee Verselli, do we have anything for negotiations?
Just negotiation and mediation and continuing to move along. Negotiations are in mediation, so they're continuing to move. We're waiting on mediation.
Thank you, trustee Verselli. Do we have any other committee reports?
Yes, for finance and insurance, on August 11th, we met to discuss the 6 different grant fundings that were available to the district. During that meeting, we stressed the fact on how we had to stress the need of the district to spend the grant sources first before using regular fund balances applied by the district. We also stressed that being allocated expenses correspond to the district's 2021, 2022 budget. That's all.
Thank you.
No, it's okay. During our meeting, we discussed the 6 different grant funds that are available to the district and how they were allocated to the 2021 and 2022 school budget. Sorry about that. Chris?
Yes, Dr. Martino.
Sorry, I missed the last meeting. I just wanted to clarify that the last time I was here at the June 23rd meeting, I guess it was, we had decided to table and to kind of revisit the issue of the $500,000 early payment to the state. And the plan was to have a finance committee subcommittee meeting to clarify that and really revisit, given what the state monitor had told us about our how much capital we're going to be bringing into the next year and how much surplus we're going to be bringing into the next year. On the 29th or the 30th, I believe it was, we revisited the issue via email, asking the BA. And we never got to meet as a finance committee. And what I was told by the former BA was that the check was written, I believe, and sent on the 30th. And so the clock kind of ran out on the further discussion of that, of pulling back that $500,000. I just wanted to clarify that that's my perception.
So it was never
Thank you, Dr.
discussed.
Martinez.
I'm sorry, it was never discussed?
The finance committee, it was from June 23rd to, I guess, 7 days later, there was no finance committee meeting. There was some correspondence back and forth. Mr. Fernandez asked for a budget reconciliation. I'm not an accountant, a budget reconciliation statement that Jim did provide, I believe. But we didn't make that as a committee. So the issue was not revisited as to whether we should rescind that early payment.
But at the last meeting, I was under, and I.
Can't hear you.
At the last meeting, I was under the impression that it was discussed, and I had asked you, and it's recorded, I had asked you, did everybody agree to it on the committee? And everybody was aware, and you said yes. And you said yes. I can't take off my mask. So I asked you a question, it's all recorded. And I was under the impression by your statement that you say that everybody in the committee agreed to it.
In meeting
asked
or
you-
or in the reconciliation of the budget?
I'm sorry,
In meeting in person or to discuss the reconciliation?
to discuss the $500 being
Well,
sent
that
back.
$500,000 was already board approved on
It was
spending.
already board approved, but then we
So I don't
decided,
think that needs to be discussed if it was board approved.
but then you told the public you guys were going to discuss it.
I said we couldn't meet as a finance committee to further
But-
discuss it because of
But you're
the
telling the public
timetable.
and you're telling the trustees that you're going to meet to discuss, but you never did.
It was already a passed item as well, just to reiterate. I'm sorry.
If you guys are anything aware of a previous budget that's been board approved, it has to be spent before the year end.
Okay.
If there are no more communications, we're gonna move on to the next section. Superintendent's report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Givens. Could I ask Mrs. Leacona to go ahead and promote Nurse Erin, please, for the Nurse Erin's reports on the current status of the pandemic in Bergen County and our district.
Good evening, Nurse Aguilar.
Good evening. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, good. All right, so good evening. I just wanted to start off with what I believe is some positive data that was recently given to us. According to the CDC website, as of last week, 69% of the residents of Ridgefield Park are vaccinated, which I thought that was a great thing to see. 18 years and older is 80%, 30 years and older, 82%, and 65 and older, 99% of the population of Ridgefield Park is vaccinated. These numbers have increased over the past 4 weeks, and now that the FDA has approved the Pfizer vaccine for ages 16 and over, the belief is that the numbers will continue to rise. The CDC and New Jersey Health Department continue to urge anybody that's 16 years and older to get out and get vaccinated. Unfortunately, for the second week straight, we have seen double-digit COVID cases in Ridgefield Park. This is the first time we've seen double digits since early May. So that's a little alarming. So unfortunately, we are seeing COVID cases again. The past Monday, Governor Murphy announced that all school staff are required to become vaccinated by October 18th, or they will have to be tested 1 to 2 times a week. Mask mandates will be in effect for all students, staff, and visitors in all Ridgefield Park schools for September. Dr. Haynes sent out an email yesterday on August 24th explaining some important information about mask mandates, travel guidelines, and the rescinding of remote school options. If you have not read it, please take some time, review it before the beginning of school. There are some important factors in it. All the school nurses' email addresses are listed in it. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to reach out to your school nurse. The school nurses will be attending a meeting on August 31st with Health Awareness Regional Program of Hackensack Meridian. They're going to discuss the guidance that we will be following for this upcoming school year. We will have more information once we have that meeting, and I believe Dr. Haynes will then at that point share it. The administration's working on a question and answer to help parents guide through COVID-19. We're trying to address as many questions as we think we can, so you guys will have something to refer back to if anything comes up as far as travel quarantining if you're exposed to somebody with COVID-19, and so on. Anybody have any questions? I guess not.
Thank you, Nurse Aguilar.
Not a problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Aguilar. Appreciate that. So I'll continue with the superintendent report. Ms. Lampana, I'm going to share my screen. Appreciate the rights.
We're about to share screen to continue the superintendent's report.
Great. Okay. So I'd like to report on the district goals, which were goals that went ahead and the Board of Education came together on July 22nd and again on August 14th to draft and to work on 3 district goals. Is there any way, I'm sorry, I know there are thumbnails on the right side of the screen. Ms. Lampana, is there any way you can minimize that? Okay. I'll continue. I don't think that's mine. Let me try.
Is there a way
Yeah.
to minimize our thumbnails? Maybe.
Oh, well, that's okay.
Thank you, Mrs. Kelly.
So our board retreat was led by Dr. Judy Wilson, who's been the superintendent of Princeton for a number of years. And prior to that, she was a superintendent in many other school districts. She has a long history of education in the state of New Jersey. And I think the board greatly enjoyed working with her. I want to cover a little bit of what Judith Wilson talks about when she worked with our board and created board goals. And so I'm going to go ahead and set the base for how our Board of Education as a governing unit came together and decided on the 3 board goals that you'll see in a few minutes. She led them through board goals are deep, long-term commitments. They demonstrate progress, but they also celebrate success. Good goals must meet 3 criteria. So they're all encompassing. It doesn't just apply to a certain group of students or a certain group of teachers. It applies to all students, all teachers, administrators, and it applies really to our district and our learning community. So the vision applies to everyone. It's multidimensional. The vision has aspirations beyond test scores. One of the things Mrs. Wilson gave as an example was you don't make a board goal that says our students will improve 10 to 20% on test scores. You make a board goal that's much more multidimensionary and visionary that captures what you want as a learning community and the aspirations you have for our students. And it's clear. So when you read it, can you picture it? And I think you'll see in a couple of minutes, I'm pretty excited about the board goals because you can read them and say, that makes a lot of sense. They're shared by all vision stakeholders. So these were shared already with our administrative team. They were shared with the board. They will be shared with the community after the board approves them. And I'll provide you with a path forward on how we enact the board goals. And you'll see that goes into enactment. The vision guides decisions, both at a large level and also systemically. A teacher should be able to read a board goal and say, oh, that's why I do that in my classroom every day. So I'll go, for example, whether it's all students are known. That's going to be one of the board goals in a few minutes that I'll explain. A teacher who does a warm welcome or does a homeroom assignment with students brings out that kind of enacted vision. And they're audacious. There's something that we should come together as a board and say, these are really big goals that could last 3 to 5 years. Some of the things that, and the board's sick of hearing me say this, but we as a district create the culture of things that we pay attention to. So if we pay attention to our kids dancing or our kids having social emotional experiences or the CTE program at the high school and that they're getting associate's degrees, Those are things that are important, and that's the culture that we create. Good board goals, they resonate, and you'll see in a minute, they produce an emotional effect. They represent the values of our learning community, and they represent our core values. They tell a story about who we are and what we pay attention to, of what we value. And once you create a board goal, the next part of this is to tell a story through your spending. So if you create CTA programs, you think that's valuable for your community, you create an aviation program, then the commitment of the Board of Education is to look at the budget and to fund board goals because that's what we pay attention to and that's what we value. Spending tells a story about who we are, what we support, what we create as a community. And they're also prioritized. So many things come up in the daily life of a board, but goals should always be prioritized. So I'll go back to some of the board goals from last year because you'll see some of these are going to be revised. Some of these will remain a little different, and some of these are dropped. But we've accomplished some of them. For example, I'm going to use technology as an example. Last year, purchasing technology and providing Chromebooks to every student was the focused goal that every student could achieve during remote learning. So number 2, for example, remote instruction and technologies. Last year, to meet this board goal, we spent more than $2 million over the past 18 months to ensure both our students and teachers were successful with this goal. Today, every student has a Chromebook that is less than 2 years old. So we have about 2,200 Chromebooks in students' hands, even as I speak. The data includes when you have a good board goal and you want to see if it's successful, you go out and you survey and you figure out, was this a successful board goal? Did we meet our target? So we asked and surveyed every district administrator, and they said, yes, we accomplished this goal. The Chromebooks currently in students' hands meet the students' need for both in-person and remote learning. So we don't need to prioritize or purchase new technology at this point because we're proud we met this goal, this accomplishment, and we're ready to move on to our next set of goals as our students will be moving back to in-person social environments. Consequently, as an example, we are deprioritizing technology or retiring this goal so that we can move on to other board goals. The overarching statements that Judy crafted with this Board of Education, because the Board of Education said, our superintendent may be out there and leading district goals and board goals, but we want to hold our superintendent accountable. What are the measurables? What's the data we can look at? How do we know that they give us quarterly reports or annual reports that tells us we're meeting board goals? So using multiple forms of data to design instruction, make decisions, and create the best opportunities for all our children, the Ridgefield Park Learning Committee will focus on the following systemic multi-year goals. Number 1, all students known, included, cared for, and evolving in their self-awareness, identity, and agency. The goal for goal 1 is to build PK through 12 systems of support, instruction, and student opportunities that ensure that all children are known, included, and cared for, and that guide all children as they develop their self-awareness, identity, and sense of agency. Examples of this could include some of the warm welcomes and optimistic closures we did last year. We have upcoming professional development. The keynote, actually, as teachers come back to our school district, will be trauma-informed practices, listening circles, and in the future, we'll be working on restorative justice circles in addition with listening circles. This has a social, emotional, and social justice component in it. And for example, we have a new English language learner task force that would belong in here because that gives our students agency. Goal 2, early childhood learning, brain development, and readiness for success. Goal 2 grew out of the goal from the board and the community that we should have universal preschool. But when Judy thought about that, it's not just universal preschool. She had a model in Princeton where they have a community that they built, a network that supports birth to age 5. So they call upon people in their community, whether it's the public library or the resources that are in their town or the daycare centers, to create universal systems that support birth through age 5. This would include, for example, a feasibility study for universal pre-K, but the goal is to create structures within school district and partner with agencies across the community to expand and deepen systems that advance early childhood education for all learners. In goal 3, which is a revision from last year, to expand multiple pathways for all students to prepare for college and career options. Examples of goal 3 would be the graduating 7 students with the associate's degree, or remodeling classrooms for culinary arts and STEM, drone and pilot certifications. Those are the 3 board goals that we will be working on over the next few years. Once endorsed by the Board of Education, we'll get a small cadre of faculty and admin to close to each of these goals, because it's best if we have a small group focusing and creating sub goals that meet the goals to make specific steps that should happen first. Those groups will bring the goals and action steps back to this board for endorsement and get a timeline for each action step. And then it's the goal of this board, this governing unit, to align the budgeting priorities with the district goals, those 3 district goals. Before I leave this presentation, I want to again thank the Board of Education. These 10 members, as a united governing body, worked collaboratively in a united solidarity to choose these goals to move forward. And I am really proud of them, and I'm thrilled to be working with them on these 3 multi-year goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Haynes. And I really can't say enough about Mrs. Wilson's presentation. The board retreat was excellent. And we really worked together as a team to come up with these board goals. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Dr. Haynes. Mr. Demikoff, if you could hear us for the monitor's report.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Many residents have asked me as to the status of the district and the need for and the criteria that will be used to release the state monitor and give total financial control back to the district. I have also been asked if there is a cooperation and communication at the local level with the current board and present administration. There are those who still think that paying back the $2.5 million interest-free loan to the state of New Jersey will show that the district is financially sound and that the board and administration can govern themselves and there is no need for a state monitor. However, the public should not be misled in thinking that is the only criteria that is used to determine a district's need for a state monitor. The state will use many other factors. They include how well the board cooperated and communicated with the state monitor. Is there stability in district administration? Has the board violated any ethics or open public meetings laws? Why was there additional loan payment made when the interest-free loan could have been better used for the education of Ridgefield Park students or the long overdue improvements to the district's facilities, to name just a few? Communication and cooperation at the local level were and continue to be significant factors in the progress that was made and would be needed to continue moving this district forward educationally, financially, and structurally in the improvement of the facilities. Great progress was made in all these areas, as seen in the classroom, in the audits, and in improvements to the facilities, due in great part to the communication and cooperation at the local level until recently. That has changed. I have witnessed an ethics violation, Open Public Meetings Act violation, and an absence of communication and cooperation at the local level. This jeopardizes the forward movement of the district and could possibly negate the progress that has been made. The state monitor is no longer copied on many board and administrative emails, does not receive timely responses requested in emails. It is now given a low priority with little or no respect for the position or the person. I find this lack of communication and lack of cooperation to be self-serving and a detriment to the students and taxpayers of Ridgefield Park. What the board and the current administration fails to realize and refuses to acknowledge is my recommendation will weigh heavily in the decision by the Department of Education to continue with a state monitor after the loan is paid and the extension of the present acting superintendent. What satisfaction is gained by defying the state monitor and refusing to cooperate? How does that help the students and taxpayers of Ridgefield Park? If your actions or lack of actions are not self-serving, then start cooperating and communicating with the state monitor for the students and taxpayers of Ridgefield Park. Title 18A:7A-55 clearly states that, and I quote, "The Commissioner of Education shall have the authority to appoint a state monitor and additional staff." I ask you once again to work with the state monitor so when the loan is paid, the state monitor can recommend to the commissioner that you have cooperated with him to correct the areas that caused the deficit, and there is no need to continue having a state monitor in the district. No further comments.
Thank you, Mr. Demagogue. We'd like to move on to citizens' comments on agenda items. And again, I'd like to say we've heard from the public. We are going to expand the speaking comment time to 5 minutes. And at the end, because of the need for structure, we're going to have any administration or board members speak rather than after each comment. So board members and administration can speak after the public comments are concluded. Chris, you have 5 minutes on the clock, everyone. Thank you so much.
President Gibbons, that seems like a substantial change to the way we do business.
Well, it was brought up before publicly that it says 3 to 5 minutes, so we're extending it to 5 minutes, which it already says in our policy. And I'm not to cut you off, I'm sorry. We have to meet with policy together and discuss the future structure of our comments and meetings in general, and we have discussed that. We do have to meet in the near future.
I will defer to your leadership, but I also reserve my right to make a comment or defend myself or defend the vote that I made in present time. I don't know how long we're going to go tonight. I'm not taking notes on every comment to make comments at the end of the night.
I heard you said we're extending to 5 minutes, Dr. Martinez.
No, I'm talking about the board members' ability to answer the public.
Yes, the board members will be able to answer the public after the conclusion of comments and after research and review of many Board of Education meetings. That's the way the structure usually happens.
No, that's not the way
It's
this works.
common
That's a policy change that we would have to vote on.
It's not a policy change. I
Sure
reviewed
it
it
is.
with legal counsel, and with the way our policy states that, we're going to be able to
Who
speak
consulted
at
with-
the end of
Who
public
consulted
comment.
with legal counsel?
I'm sorry,
Who consulted with legal counsel?
I discussed it with Kerry Wright, our legal counsel, about
I remind you
Not
that there is no
changing.
I on this board. We're a
we're
board
not
of 10.
changing anything.
You're a board of 10. You can't change policy because you spoke to the lawyer. I didn't speak to the lawyer.
We're- Okay, it's in the policy. Our policy states that 5 minutes and we're allowed to comment, but we need structure and we could comment as much as we want, administrative board of ed at the end of our public comment section. Do we have any citizens' comments on agenda items? Thank you.
Can't hear.
Hi, Leslie Gottlieb, 464A Liberty Street, Little Ferry.
Good
Couple of-
evening.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you state your name, please, and your address?
Leslie Gottlieb, 464A Liberty Street, Little Ferry. Quick comments. Is the gym floor that's being disrupted the high school?
The gym floor.
Someone mentioned the gym floor being torn up.
We will comment at the end of all public
Okay, number
comments.
2, I saw something about the bus loop contract being canceled. Number 3, I noticed there was something in the agenda about the special needs, and I'm sorry if that's not politically correct term, students at the high school being, having swim classes at the Hampton Inn. Why is it only being offered to the special needs students? And the 4th question is, there was a list of books that was being gotten rid of, And I noticed that some of the books were textbooks, but others were actual reading books, classic books like Old Yeller, Island of the Blue Dolphins, and, or even just books for little kids that were sitting outside on the cart after the July meeting. Is this any type of curriculum thing? I mean, these look like books that would sit in the library for to read, or they just worn out, beat up. You know, I just want to make sure you're not throwing away books that somebody could still read and enjoy.
Thank you, ma'am.
Marcia Rosen, 99 Hudson Avenue, Ridgefield Park.
Good
I'm
evening.
here this evening to express my dismay and disappointment in learning and then seeing that 15 of the scarlet maple trees, which were planted in 2014 as a special project to beautify the high school. Now, the Shade Tree Commission has planted trees throughout the community and on every school campus in town. The project was conceived and finished and of course, only tonight did I realize that after removing the 14 trees, which the replacement value would be at least $20,000, not considering labor, delivery, etc. So my question is, now the trees are gone and I see that the project has been delayed. Now, of course, one of the problems I understand is that the water at the island, and one of the reasons that we planted the trees was to absorb some of that water. And of course, we took into concern that we planted scarlet maples because they reflect the mascot of the school. We also were very concerned about our students' health, and the trees we felt, which trees do, absorb noise pollution and also air pollution. So my question is, now that these trees have been removed, will you, somewhere on the campus or on the new island, for instance, I heard you mention an architect has plans for the island. Are trees part of the new plan? We would like, and also another concern we have is that the trees that we put into the atrium, the trees around the campus, the trees in front of the school, are they going to be cut down also? So mainly though, will the 14 trees be planted somewhere else at the expense of the Board of Education? Anybody?
Thank you, ma'am. At the conclusion of public comments, if someone would like to, answer that question, we can, if anyone knows the answer to that.
But what?
At the conclusion of public comments, if someone would like to speak on that knows more information, they'll be able to.
Oh, so I can only make comments now and I can ask a question later.
President Gibbons, who's writing down all the questions?
I am.
All of them?
Well, if you would like to answer a question, then write down your response at the end. You can answer it. This is not a press conference.
Good evening, Christina Ramos, 382 Teaneck Road.
Good evening.
I want to circle back to the gym floor. Who is in the committee for the building and grounds? Oh, you can't answer? Okay, well, so nobody knows who authorized the ripping of the floors. And you didn't care to bother to figure out who did before you came and presented it here today before the public, correct? For anybody who's not understanding at home, the board is not answering our questions until the end. I am not sure if they will remember our questions for the end, if they're going to answer us, but just so the public understands in case they can't hear us. Number two, on June 23rd,
I asked Mr. Fernandez specifically about the 500,000 being sent back and how we should
I'm
not.
sorry, ma'am, but this is comments on agenda items.
But we spoke about this before.
But this is on the agenda today, ma'am. I apologize. That's not on the agenda today.
Okay, so I can talk about it off agenda items then?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
Thank you. Good evening, ma'am.
Janet Malou, 163 East Grand.
Good evening.
I'm not sure whether this is on or off, but a comment regarding the presentation today. Is that
I
on
believe
or
that'll
off?
be on. We can make that on agenda items, ma'am.
Okay.
That'll be fine.
If I were a teacher in this building, or anywhere in the district, and you walked into my classroom and children were asking questions, and I told them I will answer them at the end of the period, what would you say? You'd probably fire me. This doesn't work what you're doing. And honestly, it appears to be only another way to ignore the public. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, one last comment on agenda items. How come the large attachment with all the bills and everything else? I wanted to specifically have a hard copy of that textbook list. How come that's not available?
If that concludes I'm sorry, on agenda
Susan
items.
DeSantis,
Good
15
evening.
Homestead Place. BG5, the asbestos removal. How long has the asbestos been known?
I'm sorry, this is a public comment section. At the end, if any board member or administration would like to answer, they can.
This is the agenda. Isn't that what you're doing?
No.
Isn't this public comment on agenda?
Yes, are you making a comment?
Okay,
ma'am?
the question is BG number 5. How long did the district know that there was an asbestos problem? And were the students and staff exposed to it, and for how long? CR5. Apparently, this is Mr. Kilmurray's school use for business purposes, which is not permitted by the board. How much is he being charged for the use of the school facilities? And this is open to all other before and after school services. P26, $18,000. That seems pretty high, $18,000 for 2 months worth of work. I guess that's all my questions. Carry on with your game.
I would just like to defer to legal counsel if Mrs. Carrie Wright could explain the legal requirement for public speaking.
Sure. Happy to provide some information to both the public and to the board. I know the board has already heard this from me at various occasions, but the public comment period, I understand that folks seem to be concerned that they're not getting their questions answered right away. The public comment section of a board meeting, per the Open Public Meetings Act, is to permit members of the public to make comments on things that are pertinent to the operation of that public entity. They are meetings that are held in public. They're not meetings with the public, which means that it's not a back and forth question and answer period. It is an opportunity for the public to make comments. If the board administration or members of the board have answers to the questions that people pose, you certainly can provide those answers. Many boards will wait and provide answers at the next meeting, so you can make sure that you get that information correctly to the public. So that's up to the board and the administration on how you want to handle that. Does that address your specific question, President
Yes.
Gibbons?
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We're going to move on to citizens' comments on agenda items.
Yes, Ed
Good evening.
DeSantis. Can you hear me? Ed DeSantis, 15 Homestead Place.
Good evening.
Good evening. Now, I can't disagree with council's comments because I do know that
If you could speak into the microphone, please, sir.
I can't disagree that the fact that, yes, the open public meetings, part of the meeting is time for the public to comment, which has never been how Ridgefield Park has handled it. We've done it always according to Robert's rules. The public addresses the board president to speak. The president recognizes anybody on a committee or the superintendent or the business administrator to speak. Seeing that was always done, and there's been no public discussion of changing our board meetings that have been this way for more than 40 years, we've made a change in policy that even if it is not written, which I believe it is, it's been their past practice, which is only again an attempt for yourself and the board to avoid public questions, not be on the hot seat, and not really care what the community has to say. The community has questions. You may not have an absolute legal obligation to answer that question while we stand here, but you have a decency and moral obligation to satisfy the community and the parents and the students or a staff member that may come here to speak to you. Thus, your policy, I'm speaking. Excuse me, Mr. Gibbons, I'm speaking. Don't speak to the superintendent. So what I'm trying to say is, you don't come to a meeting and all of a sudden tell everybody they got to shut up and wait for an answer. Shame on you. That's the first thing on this on-agenda comment. Second thing, Mr. Demikoff's name is not on the agenda anymore. Seems to go in line with everything he said. Is he the poor stepchild of this district? Is he not part of the team? Who made that mistake? Why is his name no longer on the agenda? We have an acting superintendent's name. We still have a superintendent. No disrespect, Mr. Haynes. Mr. Demikoff's name belongs on the agenda. It should be corrected. Third, actually, any committee report is an agenda item. So in regards to Mr. Fernandez. Mr. Fernandez, we came to a meeting, and I'm going to try and relax a little bit here because I get very upset about how this is being handled. You said that the committee was going to discuss sending $500,000 back. You said that, and people were coming up and making comments, and you assured the board there would be a committee discussion. And all of a sudden, the clock ran out and the check was already sent, which was reasonable to assume that if you waited to the end of June, when the business administrator was leaving, by obligation, he would have already sent the check. Then you tell us tonight, you told us all people were present. That wasn't the case either. So which is the truth, Mr. Fernandez? Were you ever going to discuss it? And then Mr. Gibbons said that the $500,000 was already voted on. It wasn't open to discussion. What's the truth? I'm sure that's only the first lie of the night. Thank you.
Good evening.
John Raftery, 54 Euclid Avenue, Ridgefield Park.
Good evening, sir.
I'd just like to follow up on Mr. DeSantis's comments. Mostly for the public and for our state monitor. There is a big problem in Ridgefield Park with a lack of communication. We have a Board of Education that cannot function without a lawyer. It has become like a courtroom. Your attorney has said that you don't have to answer questions. Is that correct? Your attorney has said a lot of things. Your attorney has told Mr. Thiemann not to be voting on his girlfriend, but he did that.
I just
So
want to
are we
remind.
gonna pick or choose?
Excuse me, sir.
Yes.
You're allowed to make comments positively or negatively, but any negative comments could be liable to slander or defamation.
Here I am, baby. Here I am. I have that in writing. The attorney advised him not to be voting on those things. But we're not going to worry about that. You're going to pick and choose is what you're going to do. And you're going to do whatever you have to do to meet your own damn agenda. Not care about communicating to the people of the community, showing absolutely no regard for our state monitor who pulled us out of a bad situation. You have no regard for anyone. And you will answer all questions.
Good evening.
Carol Velez, 95 Laurel Street. My question is on P 44 and 45. I see that for the year 2021, 2022, you have basically the same teachers doing summer curriculum and summer professional development during the summertime. I would like to know, how is that possible that these teachers are going to be doing both of these things? Answer at your leisure.
Thank you for your comments.
I have a question. Is the mask mandate on the
Can I have your
agenda?
name,
please?
I'm sorry.
I'll just state my name first.
Yes, and address. I apologize.
Jennifer Schmidt, 138 Fifth Street.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is the mask mandate on the agenda? Comments regarding the mask mandate?
At the end of public comments, administration or board members can comment on.
I'm just asking if it's on agenda so I could talk about it now, or do I have to talk about it later?
I believe so.
The nurse talked about it, so the way I see it, it's on agenda.
It's not on the agenda, ma'am.
Okay, I will talk about it later. Do you want my handouts now or later?
Whenever you would like.
I'd like to get them now.
Thank you very much.
Yes, Clemson. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good evening. Good evening. Jay Sean Sadler, 139 Overpeck Avenue. So I would like to comment on the goals that were brought up by the superintendent. I think that there are three very worthwhile goals, and I thank you for them. I particularly appreciate the focus on the social emotional wellness of the children. I think that that's also very, very important. The superintendent did do a great job explaining why the technology piece, which was a goal from last year, was left out of this year's goals, and I can totally appreciate that. I would like to hear more from you all about the social justice goal and what the board plans, or what we as a collective community plan to do with regard to those social justice goals, which are still highly pertinent, incredibly important. I'd love to hear more. I know that President Gibbons has indicated that no one can respond to us, which I'd also like to comment on. I think that it's a complete charade and it's a total embarrassment. I believe that just because something is legal doesn't make it right. That's very clear. Anyone knows that.
Once again, not to interrupt, Mr. Sadler.
But you did interrupt.
But
You cannot say not to interrupt and then proceed to interrupt me,
And I
sir.
apologize for that.
Thank you for
The public will be
apologizing.
able
Please be
to
quiet so I can
comment.
finish. I would greatly appreciate
Public
that,
will be
sir.
able to comment, and the.
I'm not finished my comment,
administration
sir.
And board will comment.
I think that,
Please.
I'm sorry, I'm not finished my comment. So as I was saying, I think that it's a complete embarrassment. I would hope that members of the board who are in a position to challenge this will please do so. I respectfully ask of you. I know that not all of you are in agreement with this. Those of you who have common sense and have decency, including, I would also add the lawyer. I know that the lawyer acts in an advisory capacity here and has limited function with regard to telling you all what you can do. At the same time, it's very clear that this is wrong and it needs to be addressed. Thank you very much.
That concludes, ma'am, I'm not sure how much of, we're speaking once for 5 minutes. If any board members or administration would like to speak about anything.
I forgot one thing, the Zoom. My wife is waiting on Zoom to make a comment, so I'm sure that there are other members of the public who might want to speak from Zoom.
Ms. Luciano, I apologize.
Mr. Gibbons, President Gibbons? Right here, right here. Sorry. Yeah, so is it a new policy that people can't come up twice? I know we spoke about it. I know we spoke about it in terms of in the policy committee, but I did not know that we took a vote on individuals not being allowed to come up twice to the mic. Is that also?
I've answered this many times. This is not a question answer situation. This is a comment section. And at the end, board members or administration can comment at the end of public comments. Any comment that is made.
As was stated, that's a difference in the way we've done business here, and that needs to be voted on by the entire.
That's illegal. Do we have any public comments on agenda items, please?
Yes.
Thank you, and we'll start the clock at 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, Gillian Mark, 305 Fifth Street. Oh, I'm sorry, you're not even going to acknowledge my existence. Okay, thank you.
Good evening.
Just making sure that you can't even say that, yes, you heard me. I wanted to ask the question about the new Chromebooks and laptops for everyone. That's going to cost us over $800,000 when last year we bought new Chromebooks. I'm not sure who's making out on this little deal. I find it kind of shady. I don't know why we need over $1 million worth of new laptops and Chromebooks, even though we are getting a grant that's going to pay over $300,000 worth of that. That seems a lot of money, over $800,000. And I know you're hiding behind the lawyers, skirts and stuff like that. Because, President Gibbons, I know you are really just scared of everyone. You might want to think about that because you haven't consulted with anyone about this, but thank you. Have a lovely evening.
Do we have any more public comments? Thank you, Ms. Luciano. Good evening. Can you hear
Yes,
us?
good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Good evening. Can you hear us?
Yes, hello?
Yes, we can hear you, ma'am. Good evening. If not, we could promote the next public comment and then bring.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, thank you so much. Technical difficulties here. Suheni Perez Sadler, 139 Overpeck Avenue. I would like to start by thanking the board and superintendent, acting superintendent for that great presentation on the goals. I had the great pleasure of joining that Saturday meeting and participating as you crafted the goals, and to see the evolution of the draft to now the finalizing of it, I think took a lot of teamwork, and I definitely want to commend good things when I see it happening. So kudos to the team. I have a question around the Faculty and Program Committee FP14, the Comprehensive Equity Plan. It says that it seeks approval for the affirmative action team to conduct a needs assessment. Who is part of the affirmative action team? As I understand it, the comprehensive equity plan is something that all districts must do every 3 years, but I'm not clear based on this resolution, which years does this cover? When does it get submitted to the county office? It specifically is around identifying and correcting discriminatory and inequitable practices and programs in the district, which obviously has whatever we come up with for this CEP has to align to the social justice resolution that we passed, to make sure that the resolution is more than just words and that it gets tied into action. So I'm not sure if answers could be given to us in the public before you vote on the resolution. But again, I would like more information on this comprehensive equity plan, and if members of the community are going to be part of the action team as the state also suggests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Good evening, ma'am. Ms. Nunez, can you hear us?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, Sue Nunez, 45 Elm Street. My question specifically is for the legal counsel for Carrie Wright. She may choose to answer now or later on. I'm wondering if in her capacity, in her role, if she is obliged to provide legal counsel only to the board, if her purpose is to serve as an impartial guide. And then also, what would happen if the public requested or wanted their own legal representation outside of her guidance?
Thank you for that comment, ma'am.
Mr. Gibbons, I can answer that when you've completed with public comment.
Thank you very much. I think we're still promoting people from online. Good evening. Can you hear us, ma'am? Ms. Raftery, can you hear us? You're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. Sorry.
No problem. We can hear you.
Ingrid
you.
Raftery, 54 Euclid Avenue.
Good evening.
I must say, I am completely disappointed that so many public members are speaking and your statement was we're answering at the end of the meeting. In all my 65 years, out of them, I would say 40 being in part education, I have never joined a meeting like this. And to tell the board the truth, this is really outrageous because nobody's going to get the answers that they need to hear. And it is wonderful that you have goals. I heard the goals. I joined the meeting on Saturday. That's all great and that's wonderful. But school is starting September 9th. I would like to know what happens in the classroom September 9th. Where are the children and teenagers going to play their sports? How are you going to handle incoming students? Also, the nurse said the statement was made 16 years and up. That's wrong. It's 12 and up. I work in a hospital. My own granddaughter, who is 14, was vaccinated. So that statement right there was wrong. I don't think anybody picked up on that. It's 12 and up to be vaccinated. And nobody's talking about the unmasking or masking. I understand what the Governor Murphy said. I understand what it said, but we also need to look what's happening in Ridgefield Park. And I hope that parents wake up, get vaccinated, and the children 12 and up, of course, it's a personal choice, but I also feel that there should be a parent's choice about masking. Thank you very much for listening. I hope I get some answers. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And we'll promote the next member of the public in a moment. Good evening. You're muted. Can you hear us?
Yes, good evening. Jody Kraft, 140 Grand Avenue.
Good evening.
My question is regarding the selection process for those teachers that are on the agenda for curriculum writing. It's my understanding that some of those teachers aren't even tenured, so I'm wondering how they have experience enough to be a part of the revamping of our district curriculum that is severely antiquated and hasn't been looked at in quite some time. That's my first question. My second comment is for Mr. Demikoff. I want to thank you for being the voice of reason. It's everything that you said, I believe wholeheartedly. And the last thing I want to say is that as a former board member, we worked extremely hard to bring transparency to our Board of Ed, and it seems as if all of that hard work has gone down the toilet. So I look forward to those board members who are sitting there infuriated by this change in process to speak up and join the people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. It's Marley Gonzalez, 225 Euclid Avenue. And first, I just want to say two things. I also want to thank Mr. Demikoff because his presentation tonight was fabulous. And I want him to know that we really appreciate his being there and his speaking up for us and our children. I also want to thank Ms. Kraft for her comment just now. As a former board member, she knows better than anyone what's going on. And so we value her input as well. In terms of the board and what Attorney Wright said, I'm very concerned because one, it doesn't seem like anyone is taking notes on the questions. And I believe there was some banter between board members about that. And it sounded like the answer was that the board has discretion as to whether or not they wish to answer questions. That is just completely abhorrent. And I understand, as Mr. Sadler said before, something can be legal. I'm an attorney, but legal doesn't always equal right. And it takes right should be placed first above other things. I understand the board with really good reasons has questions and concerns about lawsuits, but you're supposed to be working with us, for us, not against us. And I would ask that the few board members that are there that are doing that, please continue to, because we need you more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We're going to conclude our public citizens' comments on agenda items. And now anyone could speak.
You still have.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir, you concluded your 5-minute period. Is that correct?
I don't know. I didn't time it.
You could, if you'd like to speak on citizens' comments off agenda items.
What's an agenda item? Just quickly.
If you could briefly.
On riveting.
Okay, this will be the last comment on agenda items.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. A couple of things I did wanted to say. I do appreciate the goals. They are wonderful goals. I know everyone worked hard on them. Dr. Haynes, I also know that many of these goals were put in place by Dr. Bender also. So I want to thank her also for everything she's put into that. A quick comment on the attorney's opinion, so everybody understands that the board attorney is the board attorney. And their job is to, when the board wants to do something, to tell them what's legal, what they can do, what's not. Tough position to be in. I have a lot of respect and admiration for her competency and being able to work with her in a pleasant and an enjoyable manner. But however, yes, she's right in that opinion. You don't have to answer us. But it's up to you to do the polite and right thing, and you've never discussed this in public about changing that policy. Last thing, real quick, you can answer it afterward. When did the board discuss the project, the $2.7 million project in public? When did the board discuss it at an open public meeting? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, any board members or administration that would like to discuss any public comments made?
I'll jump in on Jim.
Yes, the, trustee O'Neill or Rodriguez, whichever one to go first. you both
I had a question. How does us answering comments at the end after everyone speaks, how is that more effective? And what is the reason for this?
As we discussed, there's a need for structure in our meetings. And it was discussed that we're going to comment at the end of the meeting because
The last time we had a
it's not a
policy
question
meeting,
answer, the public comment section.
the last time, we haven't had a policy meeting since our last board meeting, though. The
This
last
actually-
policy meeting we had was prior to, we're in August, July's board meeting, but then in July's board meeting, we were able to comment. So which policy meeting you're talking about?
We extended the public comment speaking to 5 minutes, which it says 3 to 5 minutes. And it's the board's discretion when we are to comment.
We discussed making certain changes and clarifying certain parts of the language. We discussed
No changes were made.
affecting that and clarifying the language. We did not vote on that.
No changes were
I
made.
think with all due respect, President Gibbons, you're overstepping the rule by changing these rules and saying. Every time you say we, every time you say we, it means it was a result of a vote. And there was no vote on saying that people can't go up twice. There was no vote on that. So when you say we, you're talking about the ten of us.
Thank you.
We is always the
Dr.
10 of
Martinez.
us, not you and the lawyer.
Would anyone else like to comment?
I'll jump in on the gym. So the gym, the asbestos on the gym, so people know, I'm sure they did a probe. So they would go up, they look, it was in part of the bid to have the abatement. Further, they found more asbestos. So if anyone doesn't understand asbestos, I know that a lot of people think that right off the bat, it's something bad, blah, blah, blah. It needs to be disturbed. So when they were ripping out certain mechanicals, they found asbestos on pipes. So once that gets disturbed, that's when it can be harmful. So understand that that's not something that it was figured to a point. They did find other asbestos. That was where most of the delay was. We did ask why the floor was ripped up without the material. The architect did not know that answer. I also asked about the schedule and how the schedule was kind of dictated by the contractor, which, I was kind of against. So understand that the people on the board, I don't run these jobs. I can give insight at meetings when we had the meetings, but there was about a 2-week delay. They're coming back for October 4th. We have a very good plan in place. Understand with the social distancing, I think the phys ed was a lot of walking anyway, and Dr. Haynes is well in front of that. The contractor did give an October 4th finish date, which I think is very well padded, because I don't think he wants to come back to us. So right now, just another thing on the asbestos, I'm sorry. We did pass the air quality test, so that is completely done. But understand, when this building was built, pipes, stuff like that, floor tile, VCT tile, there used to be asbestos tile. Anything that was over 9 inches was asbestos for years. But the second you rip that up, it becomes something that could be dangerous. So I don't want to get this thought that there was asbestos and why didn't we know about it? I can guarantee you, if you go above the ceiling that's here, there's asbestos in insulation and stuff like that. Needs to be disturbed. So that is pretty much everything. What's that?
I think that was, hold on, so. The gym project?
This was the last administration.
Yeah, that was
This
the last
a year ago.
administration. That was a while back. We came into this understanding that was gonna be done. 100%. I think it was a very good move because if you ever went into the gym,
I remember clearly.
I'm not
Mr.
gonna give you a date like off the top of my head. I think that's part of the problem, that you're asking an answer and you want me to give a date like I know everything, I have everything down. It was discussed though. So you know that, Ed. I mean, you know that things are discussed. That wasn't just brought up in June and we said, hey, by the way, let's do this. Again,
We
the
had a chance for
asbestos
public
is
comment.
part of the contract. It is part of the contract, and the entire school has asbestos in it. When you do construction, it's gonna come up. But I'm telling you that that is what happens. So why, when they're doing it, when there's nobody in the school, are we gonna say there's gonna be construction, they might disturb the asbestos, so they're gonna seal off the entire area? This wasn't done during school hours with kids in the school, understand that.
And you
I don't know when
could,
it was discussed, but I'm sure it was brought up.
and you could ask your questions on off agenda items,
Okay.
please, if
So
you have a.
that's about it then. What do you mean I'm not answering the question? I 100% gave you a full detailed answer. If you want to sit here and say, when was the public informed? Why, first off, would I have to inform you that there's going to be a pipe? Because it was a pipe. Like, again, your definition of asbestos is, dust and all this and harmful stuff. Like, there's asbestos probably in your house. But I'm just letting you know that that was discussed during the meeting, and it probably wasn't brought up to the public, because I don't think that it would have to go that far.
And I think the question was answered.
No, what? That there was gonna be, are you listening to yourself? I 100% am. I 100% am.
Okay.
So when there's construction, and you come on, so a lot of the asbestos was found, wasn't even figured. So what are we gonna say, okay, stop the project, let's have a meeting and inform the public. It was done properly, it was done safely, that's what you should be known, all right? So thank you.
Thank you, trustee Verselli. And we're gonna, does anyone?
I let you know there, Mr. Rafferty.
And
I let you know, 100%.
You answered the question.
What do you think? All right, I'll look at the date.
Thank you.
Okay.
Please, if there are any.
She's coming out.
Please, we run the risk of not being able to have a meeting if we're yelling and screaming. Okay, thank you very much. We're not arguing. If a board member has.
I did answer the question there, Mr. Rafferty. Okay?
Mr. Verselli, we don't have to continue now. I'd like to move on. Somebody discussed the trees and the project going on. That'll be a discussion. Hopefully we'll be able to bring trees.
Those are questions for the administration and who ran the projects. That's what those questions are for. The board doesn't come down here on a daily basis. You're not supposed to be in the building unless you come in with an administrator.
Would anybody else like to comment on any of the public comments?
Yeah, I'd like to answer Mrs. Gilliam's question regarding the, I think, board agenda F568. We did raise a lot of these questions to the state monitor, our BA, and our IT department on as far as what was needed, if these grants were approved. There were extensive emails going back and forth with us. I just want to make sure that regarding what was already purchased was about over $2 million worth of activity. As Dr. Haynes had said, that we currently have existing Chromebooks that are very functionable, serviceable for our students right this second. Whether or not this is an actual need to the district, That's up for debate.
I was going to answer that question too, but I thought that we were going, because it's on agenda, I thought we were going to ask it, you know, on agenda when we have any questions, when we vote on it. I do have questions. Should I ask them now or should I ask them when we vote on it later?
It's on agenda.
It's on agenda. So usually when we present something, I am very confused because the rules are changing all the time. So if it's on agenda and the committee person presents it, that's when you ask the trustees, do we have any questions? So are we discussing it later? Are we discussing it now?
You could discuss
What are
it
we
now.
doing?
You could have before either when, you know, we had the.
So, okay, so
committee
we can
reports.
ask questions now.
Yeah, this is on agenda items.
On
It's-
agenda.
It's actually for the citizens' comments to comment
Okay.
on what the citizens said. Or we can discuss it when we do the resolutions as well, trustee Rodriguez.
Okay, I can
That's
ask, I mean,
fine.
I mean,
Thank you.
whatever you want.
Berlinda, I think the way we were doing was, I think
Trustee Gomes?
we can't hear
So
you.
can I ask a question now, please?
Are you going to ask the question now, Trustee
I'm going to ask
Rodriguez?
a question now.
Okay,
yes.
go ahead. When you finish, I'll
So
ask.
FI 68, when were these Chromebooks purchased? Were they purchased last year? Were all Chromebooks purchased last
I
year?
believe it was said they're 2 years old, actually, the Chromebooks, and serviceable.
So all
Technology items.
Chromebooks were purchased within 2 years.
Yes.
Okay, because my son has a Chromebook at home and we had to exchange it, the charger, it was constantly, and I think it's over 2 years old. So was this budgeted for 2021, 2022? So now all of a sudden this was budgeted for for this year, September, but now we're not going to approve it. Oh, well, we're voting on it.
And again,
But
this
it was
was a
approved.
discussion a long time ago about, you know.
But
if
it's on
there's
the
any-
agenda now for tonight, and you brought it up, the public
So-
brought it up. So was this 746 budgeted for 2021, 2022?
I
Yes,
believe,
it
I
was.
believe one.
It was budget, excuse me,
Yeah.
it was budgeted. So my concern is, as a parent, and as a board member, I'm sorry, as a trustee, my concern is that we were told that nothing was going to be cut, nothing was going to be affected, nothing at all. Now, all of a sudden, you know, you had emails back and forth, you're saying that you're concerned about this amount, but this amount was budgeted for this coming year.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Oh,
now you don't want to
I was simply
approve it.
asking what was the due diligence behind a specific laptop?
So why
And
wasn't,
and
why
if
why
this
didn't
grant
you
was
ask
approved.
that when it was budgeted for?
We did,
for?
we did actually. Somebody asked a question about
Yeah,
the
she-
Chromebook
she-
If I can
because
comment now,
Actually, Jillian
please.
actually asked that question, so I was answering her question.
they were only 1 year old back then. So we was kind of.
We can roll it back.
But these goals are not one-year goals. You know, these goals, as we discussed at the board retreat, these are long-term goals. So my concern, they're wonderful goals, Dr. Haynes, they're wonderful goals, but my concern is that we still need to somehow include technology because these are long-term goals. These Chromebooks are 2 years old, maybe more. The lifespan of a Chromebook is like 3-4 years old, and you never know what's going to happen.
I've only gone, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I've only gone by what IT professionals have said about these said Chromebooks, and they're serviceable items now. And that's the fact.
If I can just make my comment in the public forum, when this first came up for the budget, I questioned why we were not leasing these things and instead we're buying them. And even in reading the attachments that were sent to us with this agenda, you know, they basically said you can get into these things for a 3-year lease. And yes, over 3 years, it may cost you 50 or 60,000 more, but they also say you can then exchange them and maybe extend your contract and get newer things. So I just don't understand why major corporations are leasing their technology. Many schools are leasing. Why are we buying it? Why aren't we leasing it? So I just want to go on record to say that I think that we should be leasing these things and not buying them. I'm not saying we shouldn't have technology or the latest technology, but I think we need to look at what's the best way to acquire it. Thank you.
Are there any more comments? If not, FP,
President Gibbons?
yes, Mrs. Wright.
As I mentioned earlier, I would respond to the question asked of a member of the public. Mr. DeSantis actually answered the question, I think, very succinctly. So I will just say that he's correct in the information that he provided. As legal counsel, I am the board attorney. Number of board members have heard me say this as well to them. I don't represent any individual board members. I don't even represent any individual members of the administration or staff, and I don't represent any members of the public. My job is to provide legal advice and guidance to the board as a whole. So that is my role. If a member of the public wants legal advice, that member of the public has the right to hire their own attorney, but I'm not here to give legal advice to the public. That's all I have to say, President Gibbons. I just said I would answer that question.
Thank you, Mrs. Wright. I'd like to move on to resolutions unless anyone else would like to comment. Okay.
There's somebody else.
Oh, the tree
Trees for
question.
the island.
That's gonna be something that's brought up in buildings and grounds. You know, that's not a question that has breached, you know, that committee, but certainly we know how important they are for our environment. So if any trees could be planted, we're gonna certainly discuss that.
Pluses and everything else was done, right? I mean, this is the reason for the island trees.
Yeah, they were discussing it was in the island.
But I don't know why we stopped.
I have no
Hey,
idea.
Miss, from the Shade Commission, Miss, do you happen to have any pictures of what it used to look like and what it currently looks like?
Stop.
Could you?
Will certainly be a discussion, ma'am, to replace any trees that were cut or removed.
Chris, if I can just answer, would you be able to send the board an email with this request so that it stays on our radar? The trees in that area, because then it'll be in everybody's inbox. And when the Buildings and Grounds Committee meets, it'll be on their radar to put those trees back or to find some other alternative.
If you could email, you know, us as a, you know.
Yeah.
I mean.
Well, because it wasn't going to be ready for the start of school, so they just put it on hold for now.
Well, I have a picture of them. Well, okay, trees will take it down.
Ma'am, do we have another?
Off agenda items? Can I?
Oh, we're gonna actually go through resolutions
Got
first, and then you're welcome to come up off agenda items in a moment. Thank you very much. We're gonna begin with resolutions. If we're on the same page here. Trustee Rodriguez, faculty and programs.
Are we going to? I so move FP 10 through FP 22. I have a question about FP 14 though. Are we going to, do we know who is on the affirmative action team?
Yeah.
FP
Right,
14.
the affirmative action, that is actually something that's required of us to approve annually, and usually at this meeting, every year, we go ahead and, as I said, along with the mentoring, the HIB, they're all kind of compliance items that we're required to do for QSEC, and they happen annually. I will be happy to answer specific questions to Mrs. Rodriguez about this one.
Okay,
outside of
thank you.
today.
Thank you,
Yes.
Dr. Haynes. So I so move FP 10 through FP 22.
Thank you, trustee.
Is there a second?
Second from trustee Gomes.
Are there any questions on resolutions FP 14 to FP 22? Seeing none, Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros?
Excuse me,
Yeah.
I think I have to vote first.
No, I'm sorry. Mrs. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes.
Mr. Phytros?
Yes.
Mr. Gomes?
Yes.
Dr. Martinez?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yes.
Mr. Thiemann?
Yes.
Mr. Verselli?
Yes.
And President Gibbons?
Yes,
Resolution passes.
thank you. Trustee Thiemann, if you could move buildings and grounds, please.
Yes, I move BG 4 through BG 6, and to note for the tree people, of course, they're wonderful trees, but 6 has stopped that loop right now because it would not be ready for school. That island is coming out for the buses, additional parking, and that's why this project is on. But right now it's suspended because it could not be finished by school start. So that rescinds the old, I think it's 26, right? Yeah, I think it's
Yes.
26. So anyway, I move BG 4 through BG 6.
Second.
Are there any questions on BG 4 through BG 6?
I have a quick question on PG 6. So if it's suspended or we're sending it, I assume we're going to be looking at it again in the future at some point?
That's
Is it
correct. It's
scheduled?
because,
It's going to be, yes.
yes, it wasn't going to be ready for the start of school, so we'll be revisiting it. But the conduit, the charging stations will still be going in so that the buses can be charged,
Okay, thank you.
but temporarily suspended.
Thank you.
Mhm. Okay, roll call. Mr. Thiemann,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Trustee Fernandez, if you could move finance and insurance, please.
Yes. Finance and insurance, FI.
FY 68 separately.
Oh, yes.
Oh, I just wanted to announce that there is one additional resolution, FI 69, which is just an addition to the bills list.
So if you could add FI 69.
And you do-
last,
yes, you do
please.
have attachments for that.
Thank you, Mrs. Grabstein.
It is new business, but I just, okay,
Yeah,
good, okay.
So move through 67.
So,
Okay.
yeah, if you move
We'll do that under new business, yeah.
We're gonna do 69. Okay. we'll just move.
Okay, no problem. Finance and insurance, FI 31 through FI 68. I so move.
67.
68.
I'm sorry, 67.
No, 68.
Move 68 separately.
69 is new business. Okay.
So we're going to.
So can you repeat that, trustee Fernandez?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like to move FI 31 to FI 67 and discuss FI 68 separate.
No, it's
Thank you.
68, isn't it?
We'll move 68 separately.
Yes.
We're discussing FY 67. FY
It's through 68, but unless,
67.
it's through 68, 16.
68 separate.
Oh, separately. Okay, got it. Okay. So are there any questions on resolutions FI 31 to FI 67? Seeing none, Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez? Mrs.
Yes.
O'Neill? Yes. Mrs. Rodriguez?
Yes to all, but I'm an abstention on FI 34 and not FI 34. Yes, FI 34 and FI 39.
What kind of discussion?
Is there a question on FI 34?
But I'm an abstention on
Okay, got it. Okay. It's very hard to hear, sorry.
FI 34 and FI 39.
Okay,
Things are like echo chambers.
okay. Mr. Theman,
Yes.
Mr. Vasselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes. And, okay, so we're moving FI 68?
Yeah, I would like to just get a better understanding for FI 68 on the policies and procedures that were followed through to decipher which laptop we're gonna buy, what equipment. Has this grant been approved? Just because the wording of this resolution just reads unclear.
The purchase was approved. Mr. Demikoff approved the purchase. The grant funding, we are getting grant funding totaling $341,000. And that was approved before the board meeting by Mr. Demikoff. And so that the computers were purchased. This was part of the budget that was discussed before the state, before the 21-22 budget was submitted to the county for approval. And that is my understanding.
Wasn't this brought up? Was this not brought up to Mr. Demikoff about this?
No, it absolutely was. It was,
If we had an opportunity to save money, we approved to go ahead and get an additional, what was it, 1,500 computers?
Another million to three, million one.
Why?
Well, we could do two things, we vote on it independently or table it and have more discussion on it.
But it's been approved, these been purchased?
No, the board never approved, we have to approve it.
Why would we go ahead? Can you explain that, Mr. Demikoff?
Yes, I can explain it so that the students could have the computers as soon as possible. This was something that was voted on by you as a board, approved by you as a board, and we followed through on that particular.
Did you have a
resolution.
conversation with the superintendent that these can be well used?
Yeah,
and
we had a
not
conversation.
Spend that much money? Did you have that conversation? That's all.
Yes, we did.
Oh, okay, so you knew that it, okay, so you, all right.
Yeah, we could get lesser, we could get cheaper, but that was not in the best interest of the
It wasn't
students.
cheaper, it was wiser.
It was
Not cheaper.
wiser. We got more for the money.
It was wiser. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make that clear. Thank you.
Sure, you're welcome.
I have a question, if I could. So last March in 2020, when we bought the computers, how many did we buy last March? Does anybody have that number? Approximately how many we bought last March to get us to be able to have everybody have a piece of equipment so that we could be remote?
I want to say it was over 2,000 laptop Chromebooks.
Was over 2,000? Is that an accurate? I mean, we can get back to you with a number, but I mean, looking at, last in, first out. I mean, so are the ones that we're buying now, are they gonna replace some of the ones we just bought last March? If it's from a previous year, I can understand, but the ones last March are all in decent shape outside of a couple that may be broken or have an issue, but if we bought 2,000, we're buying another 1,500. Is that accurate? Is that a good number? I guess because we have 2,300 students or 2,400 students as a total in the district. I just hope that these are all being put in the hands and not sitting by the side, sitting on the side. And then ultimately, if we bought that many last year, if they're already outdated, then I guess the question would be, why would we have bought them last year and did we maybe make a mistake in buying the wrong type last year if they're already outdated after a year? I guess those are just my questions.
I think I'm sorry, trustee.
You said that we have over 2,400 students, but FY 68 is not only for the students, it's for students and staff. So we have to include the staff too. And yeah, I mean.
I understand. So, staff and other, okay, whatever the number is. If we even said 2,700, the math looks like there's at least an extra 500, 600, could at least be even 300. Seems like there may be some extras or duplicates that may be sitting on the side. And I'm just saying that, I'm just asking the question, if we can get the accurate numbers based on how many students, the exact numbers, how many students and faculty will be using these, and then take what we got in last year and then what we're buying this year. I am okay with purchases as long as they're being used. If they're going to sit in a closet, if there's one or two sitting in the closet, that's one thing. But if there's 300 sitting in the closet, that's another thing. Because the longer they sit in the closet, if I just finish my point, please. The longer they sit in the closet, they're aging just like everything else, right? So what's new today is old tomorrow. I'm just concerned. That's all.
No, I understand. Thank you for being concerned. There's, let's just say 2,700. Last year, our students, our children were at home, on these Chromebooks every single day. This was like the communication. They use it for instruction, to learn. So
I'm very clear about that.
Let you speak. Let me speak, please. Thank you very much. So these children use these Chromebooks every single day, not only for instruction, but for related services too, for after-school programs that we have for our district, for our students. So it's not only they use it for 4 or 5 hours a day. No, they use it for homework. So you know what? Yes, probably bought you're saying we bought 2,000 Chromebooks last year, but how many of those Chromebooks? I know parents signed a paper for insurances, whatnot. So how many Chromebooks had to be replaced? How many broke? So we have to plan too for damaged Chromebooks.
So you think that was 1,500?
No, I don't. That's why I asked how many were purchased last year, how many were purchased the year before that. That's why I asked.
Dr. Haynes, can you
we're both
just
saying
comment on this?
thing.
Because
that's why I think this is open for
I know for
discussion.
my child had a Chromebook, but we had to purchase as a family another Chromebook and an iPad too, so that my child can continue receiving the services and instruction.
I know my kid used it for the same thing.
Your child, how old is your child? How old is my child?
What?
If I could just make a point, we're gonna have many more students.
I'm sorry.
Many more students in person. So, there are a lot of points of contention with this. We're gonna table this item until we have further discussion.
Chris, am I finding something?
September 9th, you start school.
Are these purchased already?
Yeah, but if you can't, what's the point? It's already purchased.
If I can finish my point.
Sorry, were they purchased? Yeah. They were purchased. This is my point here. We went ahead against the superintendent's recommendation and purchased. Mr. Delacroix went out and spent our money.
I thought we had to vote on this before, this
Well,
was,
I understand. Getting
That's
back
what
to
I'm understanding here.
I'm sorry. Getting back to Ms. Rodriguez's point, I understand. I have a child who's also in the district and uses it, but I also am a member of the Little Ferry District, and we lease them and we rotate them. There's first in, first out. I'm just asking, I think they're fair questions. But if you're saying that we need every one of these 1,500, then I guess that's the answer. It's just, I'm basically asking questions because like Mr. Gomes had brought up, We lease them in Little Ferry. So I'm just asking, you're buying them. If you bought them last year and they're no good no more, there's no, do we get to turn those back in and get some kind of credit? That's part of the question here too.
Thank you. And all valid questions. And it seems like we have many questions on this agenda attachment.
So because the superintendent's name was mentioned here, the resolution, the way it's written, I think needs more transparency. I want to address what Mrs. Rodriguez said, what Mr. Gomes said, what Mr. Verselli said. I want to address what Mrs. Rodriguez said, what Mr. Gomes said, what Mr. Verselli said, in that many districts go about leasing or replacing laptops every 4 years. And the amount of ECF funding, because my name came into this, the amount of ECF funding for 341,000 will buy you 854 Chromebooks. That'll be almost half the fleet. If you purchase those and you could get good quality, flip, touch, great user experience Chromebooks for our students for 340,000. So the rest of this, Mr. Verselli, I think needs a little more transparency.
I think the public also had questions on that and saying like, well, where's that money going? What are you doing here? The public spoke earlier, and the Skilly Marks had a lot of questions, and I agree, I applaud
The other issue is there seems to be a difference in the numbers from what was budgeted. So where does the rest of the money go? Is it restricted? What is it going to be spent on? I think these are questions that we need to get answers to. Is you budget money for computers, you bought some, but it didn't cost you as much. Now, where is the rest of the money going?
Hold on. Only because Mr. Demikoff had mentioned that time was of the essence in the purchase of this. I just want to make it, is it possible to tell us or a timeline when our students will have these laptops in their hands? Is it feasible to say the first day of school? When will these be rolled out? That's my only question.
And I wanted to answer something Trustee Rodriguez said. All staff got new laptops last year. So let's make a motion.
I make a motion, we table it.
Second, I second it. For further discussion.
Further discussion, but I mean, like, the money's already spent. Can we put it back?
If the money's already spent, why are we gonna table?
Why we?
I mean, we can table it.
Well, we still have to vote on it. It's a resolution.
Okay, so then let's table it.
If we vote, we can't.
Yeah, we can't get a clear
Let's
answer.
not, let's not
I'm
answer.
trying to get a clear answer.
Okay.
Public in the crowd.
So
If you have a question, we're coming up soon.
So we're gonna vote on tabling?
So why
We'll
is
vote
it,
on tabling
if we
then.
voted on it
need to vote on
before and we paid for it?
Okay.
So we have the two motions to table
To
this
ta-
agenda
yeah.
attachment.
To
And we're
table,
gonna take it
okay.
around. with,
Mr. Fernandez?
Thank you. Trustee Fernandez?
Understand.
Trustee Fernandez,
Do you
we're
vote
going
on
around
the table? On the
to the
table.
tabling.
I want to know from, I guess, a clear answer is these Chromebooks, laptops have already been purchased. What decision do we have now to make if they've already been purchased?
I don't know how they've been purchased without our approval. So we're going around the table, this agenda attachment. We have a first and a second. Trustee Fernandez was the first. For the tabling.
Mr. Fernandez?
Yes or no to table?
Abstaining?
How can somebody give me a clear understanding of how could we table this if it's already been purchased?
Well, it has to be discussed. It seems like there are a lot of questions with this. I don't know how it's been purchased without us knowing or approval. It's on the
No, I
agenda.
agree with Mr. Fernandez. I'm not understanding. If it was already purchased, we already voted on it, why would we?
We didn't vote on the purchase.
No, we didn't vote on purchase, but it was in the budget, but we voted, it was in the budget.
But just to be clear, on our budget was never a specific laptop.
But the money,
Oh, of course,
but the
the money was there.
the
The money
money
was
was
there.
there. So are we questioning the type of laptop?
No,
Are we questioning the money?
I'm questioning the process, the due diligence behind, how did they pick this laptop?
We just heard the superintendent, it gives our children, repeat yourself.
Hold on, I want to be clear again. I recommended with the there are two pots of money here. There are district funds of 1 million, let's say 200,000. And there's a pot of money coming from the ECF, that's 341. I think you need to be very clear about that. The 341 makes sense to me to go ahead and reinvest in superior Chromebooks to what the students have, replacing between a third and a half of the fleet right now, because we will need ongoing replacements. And that's free money. It's coming to us from the state government as an emergency connectivity fund. I question if we buy 850 Chromebooks, then there's still the almost 1.2 million that the district is putting on, and I don't see transparency there. I don't have an understanding about what that is. I will go back and say, this board was united, and I was extremely proud, and much of the public was extremely proud on 3 goals: knowing every child, early childhood education, and CTE programs to build success for our students in college and career readiness. We all agreed on this. Those are deserving of our funding moving forward. That's what I would say. That goes back to what I continually say. We create cultures based on what we pay attention to. And those are the 3 things we should be paying attention to. And that's why I say $340,000 easily pays for replacement Chromebooks so that we can make sure we're buying the future we need for our students with other monies. That's my input.
Thank you. So yes or no to the tabling, we already set forth the motion.
Which, yeah. Continuing the vote.
Will you be clear on what we're tabling?
FI 68 until we have further discussion.
So we're tabling it? Are we tabling it?
Yeah, it's taking a roll.
Right, okay.
Okay, I vote to table it to give us more time to discuss this individual resolution to get a better understanding on what this district needs, what our superintendent recommends.
Yeah, he said yes. Okay. Okay,
Thank you.
Mr. Fletcher?
So if we table it, what are the consequences? Are the students still going to have the Chromebooks?
Every student starts the year right now with those 2-year-old Chromebooks. There are
Quality Chromebooks.
Okay, I'm answering your question, Mrs. Rodriguez. We have 2,200 students approximately, and everyone has a Chromebook. The grant can purchase another 850. That can replace those ones that you're talking about.
So if I could follow up on that question for Mrs. Rodriguez. So if we already purchased these Chromebooks, when do we expect them to be in play for the students? And when are we going to get them, we configure them and give them to the students? Are we looking at September 7th, or are we looking at a couple of months down the road? I don't know who can answer that, but I mean, that's a good question. If we spent the money already, we bought them, when are the kids getting them? For opening day?
Yeah, I believe it.
3
They'll be
months down the
ready.
road,
They're supposed to be ready for opening day.
the new ones. Okay, thank you.
So let's continue to move this vote for discussion.
Okay, Mr. Frytrust, so we have a motion on the floor to table.
Mr. Frytrust,
Mr. Frytrust,
motion to table.
I definitely think we need more information on this entire process. So I'm amenable to tabling it, yeah.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes, I would definitely like to see it because I would like to know where is the rest of the money going? And there's quite a few other questions, so I'll put tabling it.
tabling.
Thank you.
Dr. Martinez,
I'm a little bit confused, like most of us here. I think some of us are actually arguing the same side of the argument. I do have questions about two things. One is if we table it to discuss it, what would be the venue where we discuss this? And second of all, are we discussing it to do a postmortem of something that already happened? And just to find out so it doesn't happen again? Or is there any venue by which there can be any change in either direction to this purchase?
I can answer. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Dr. Martinez. I apologize.
No, I think Mr. Demikoff can answer one of those questions, but.
I was going to answer one.
Oh, sure, take it.
I believe the finance department is the department and the committee that we discuss IT because of the supervisory roles of people in the finance committee. I think that was discussed where we discuss IT because we had no set place.
I think faculty and programs should be in on that. I think the discussion should be done in public.
I think
If it's
it
gonna
was,
happen at all, because it sounds like it's part of
I
it.
agree, because on the agenda tonight, we're voting on a lot of programs and like Mozilla, our students use Mozilla, our students use a lot of programs, and we discussed Link It too. They need the Chromebook for assessment.
Yeah.
So they need quality Chromebooks if we want our student, if we want to obtain accurate data, and we're going to use it to drive instruction. So they're not only using it at home, they're using it in the classroom too.
And Belinda, if I can add, and maybe ask the state monitor, like, what's the functional, the realistic impact of us tabling this or not passing this resolution?
Well, let me interject. I let you have your say. And what you're doing, as far as I'm concerned, is you're micromanaging and picking certain things and not taking the advice of professionals. You are assuming that the other resolutions that you're saying yes to that are presented by the professionals are valid, but you're not taking this one as being something that is recommended by the person that does the technology every day. So, you can take whatever action you want. And then once you take the action, then I'll have more to say about this. But you do not pick everything that's in the 21-22 budget. But in this case, you're making an issue here about this one. So are you going to micromanage all the other things that are in that budget and not take the advice of the professionals who probably have more knowledge? Excuse me. You want to finish or you want to let me finish?
Go ahead, finish. I just said that I thought that the advice was from a professional, but go ahead, you go ahead.
It is from a professional. There was a lot of work done on this. These Chromebooks should have been purchased a month ago, but it was stopped by the acting superintendent for more information and more information. It got to a point where if you didn't act pretty soon, you weren't going to get those and put them in the hands of kids. And that's what we're talking about, helping kids here have advanced opportunities that they may not have. And these are better machines. They have better warranties. They're better for kids. They're better for everybody. But that was the advice of the professionals. And we moved on it because we couldn't wait any longer. Otherwise, these kids wouldn't have these machines for the start of school. And even now it's questionable. Are we going to get them in time because we waited so long? So now you can do whatever you want to do with this resolution.
There are a lot of questions, and this was a large number amount. So, we did not know about this purchase earlier on.
Well, do you know about every purchase that we make that's in that budget? You're micromanaging this, or are you going to micromanage everything else?
Only 568 we're discussing at the moment.
Mr. Demikoff, Is it fair
Yes.
to say that the assets that we're gonna retire, the other Chromebooks, have a fair market value that we can trade in and get something in return for these? Is that
Direct-
possible? Because I mean, looks like you're gonna probably be changing out 2/3 of the Chromebooks. I'm asking just a question. I understand the process. Is there any
Sure.
fair market value to the current ones that we have that I'm assuming we'll be retiring those assets and looking to get something for those in return?
The Director of Technology has assured me that she has use for the ones that will be turned in and replaced with the new ones, that they will not be sitting in a closet, that she will be able to use them. Some of them she'll have to take parts from because others were broken, but that those are not going to be sitting someplace not being used. I was assured of that.
Okay, and then like we're gonna probably be, once we get them, hopefully, because you've already purchased them, we're gonna be getting them and transfer and switching out the whole lot of them. They're all gonna become they're all coming imaged and everything ready to go, that we could swap them out, correct?
Correct. And every kid's going to get a new one.
Okay, so every kid, 1,500 of them, correct? 1,500 kids.
Yeah.
Is that how many you bought? 1,500? Is it more?
I have to see the purchase.
Okay, well, approximately.
Approximately, yes.
Okay, all right. That's my
Mr.
question.
Honeycutt?
Thank you.
Mr. Honeycutt, I have a question. So there's a difference between the budgeted amount and the actual cost. What are those funds going to be used for? And is there any restrictions on their use?
Well, those funds should stay in the technology area and be used to improve the technology and whatever the Director of Technology thinks that this district needs for security purposes or so that we're not hacked, things like that, that she could put in place to help safeguard this district. Those funds could be used for that. They're certainly going to be used in the area of technology. There's plenty of things that we could do here to make it better for students and make it better for everybody and to secure the networks and all of that and backups and et cetera. So those funds are not going to go unused. They're going to stay someplace in the technology area, and we'll be discussing that with the Director of Technology on what's the best use of any money that's freed up.
And would the board be told like where you're using the money and what you're using it for?
Sure.
Or we don't even get to know that?
You can know that. We'll let you know that, certainly. Once we have that down and we know exactly how much money is left in the technology budget, we'll say we have X dollars and this is what we plan to use that money for.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Delacorte, the computers that are coming in, are they going to be programmed or are we going to program them? Because there's a significant cost on both sides of that, so.
The Director of Technology and her staff will be having those machines ready for students. They will take care of the programming of those things, whatever has to be.
They're taking care of it. So that's a big cost, right?
We're not paying extra to have those upgrade,
They
programs.
come fully programmed instead of us programming it. That's what I'm
It's gonna
asking.
either come programmed, or if there's something that has to be done, we're gonna do it. We're not gonna add costs to that.
And it definitely adds a cost.
I said,
We
we're
could have
not
done
going
that
to.
and we're gonna save money, no?
I didn't say that there isn't cost. I'm saying that there's not going to be additional costs because we have to go have somebody program it. That's the cost of the machines. Ready to go for students.
Ready to go. Okay.
Okay, so back to Dr. Martinez,
Yes, Dr. Martinez.
Dr. Martinez?
I'm all for as much discussion as possible, especially in the public, regardless of what the outcome is.
So is a yes for table?
So I would say table it. I'm not sure what the consequence, the practical consequence is, but
Okay, Mrs. O'Neill?
sure.
Yes, from Dr.
Okay,
Martinez.
Mrs. O'Neill?
Yeah, we can table it.
Yes, that was.
Table. Mrs. Rodriguez?
No.
Mr. Verselli?
Yeah, I would like to just see the cost savings on both sides, to see what we spent and what we could have saved.
Okay, and President Gibbons
Yes.
to table it?
Okay, let me step in at this point.
Yes, I
As
do.
the, let me make the following statement. As the state monitor, I am legally mandated to oversee, quote, the fiscal management and expenditures of the school district funds. The board voted to approve the 21-22 budget after the public hearing, where it was clearly stated that students and staff would receive updated Chromebooks and laptops. And the $1.5 million was allocated and approved by this board. The present acting superintendent and then director of curriculum instruction never voiced opposition at that time to this upgrade for student learning. Although he did state on July 23rd, 2021, that, and I quote, facts need to be deliberated before we purchase a new costlier fleet to maintain, especially given the expectation that we will have other increased district costs, including legal fees, in the somewhat near future. Facts were deliberated before this decision was made, and saving money was given by giving the students less, because there was an expectation that we would have other increased district costs, including legal fees, in the somewhat near future, was never a consideration. As a result of my analysis and the analysis of others, I have determined that it is in the best interest of our students and staff of Ridgefield Park to make this purchase with the funds allocated for this purpose and approved in the 21-22 budget. In accordance with the authority granted to a state monitor to entitle 18A:7A-55, I hereby overturn the action of the board on resolution FI 68 and approve this resolution. Resolution is hereby approved. You can have all the discussion you want, and there's no reason why you shouldn't get those answers. But again, you're micromanaging this district and taking it out of the hands of the professionals.
That's your opinion, micromanaging. You just spent a lot of money.
That you approved, yes.
You were given other options and you choose to spend the higher option. Very
Yeah,
good.
because I wanted more for kids and not less to save for legal fees.
We know why you did it. Okay, very good.
Okay, so. On to, consent agenda. Mrs. Grabstein, consent agenda. CR5.
CR5, use of facilities.
I move CR5. My second.
Second.
So,
Mr. Seaman,
yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Trustee Freeman, personnel.
Yeah, we have, I think what we should do is move this first, without 31. We'll get new business. Yeah, so I move P26 through P30 and P32 through P53, which is eliminating P31. That's going to be moved on the new business. 31 is eliminated on this agenda. Yes, it'll be on the new business 31.
So you move it? You move, Mr.
I'm a second.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Are there any questions on those motions? Seeing there are none, Mr. Seaman,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros,
Yes.
Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Rosselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes.
Motion passes. Motions.
Citizens' comments. And you're done with, am I missing anything? Okay, we're gonna begin with citizens' comments off agenda items. Again, we're gonna just continue with the same rules as we had before. You have 5 minutes to comment, and we will comment, after everyone is complete. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Cristina Salcido, 159 Union Place. This is just very quick. I don't know who approach, but coming down the stairs that come to the high school, there's a huge tree branch that fell on the stairs. And I know the school's not open yet, but the kids come down to track every morning. So I just don't know who to approach. I
Thank
was letting you guys know.
Okay, I have pictures. Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
okay, thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Hi, Janet Malou, 163 East Grand. I have just 3 quick questions, comments I'm going to throw out there. I'm not expecting an answer at this point. There was reference by trustee Thiemann about the circle being reconfigured, I guess would be the term at some point. Has there been a traffic study done on that? Because I got to tell you, last year was in a roundabout way a blessing on the hill. Living there in the mornings, it is gridlock. You can't get across the street. You can't get out of a driveway. Something really needs to be addressed. And it wasn't like that years ago. Which kind of leads me into, Dr. Haynes, have you have any updates on Sustainable Jersey schools getting involved? I am running on one person short on my board right now because the school hasn't sent anybody. If you're not going to replace Mr. Koenig on that grouping, then please just let me know so I can move somebody else into that place. And also, I don't know who to send it to because this was an action he was working on, safe routes to schools. That is an action that really is dealt with within the school system. It's actually geared for K to 8, and being 8 is down here, 7 and 8, it would apply to all your buildings. In conjunction with the PD to come up with something, and unfortunately or unfortunately, there was a grant opportunity that will come up. I believe it's expiring like the second week of September, where if you applied for that grant and got it, they would have assisted in marking off areas, putting up signs, doing whatever was needed for the township and the school system. So, you know, it could have been a benefit. And I had one other thing here. Yeah, so basically, it's Green Team that I'm concerned with right now, and I haven't heard anything regarding it. And one last thing, I know at one of the meetings, Commissioner Olson spoke about the archery program, and I'm wondering if any action has been taken on that. I know he hasn't heard from anybody regarding it yet, as I asked him today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Hi, Donna Noonan, 100 Grand Avenue.
Good evening.
I have 2 questions. First is, where are these kids going to have lunch periods? That's the first one. And the second one is, when you start searching for local schools to do the universal pre-K, like, is there a time frame of when you might start looking at the other? Because I work at a preschool in town, and I know years ago we had spoke about it using the facility that I'm in right now. So I was just wondering if there was like some sort of time frame as to when you might be researching local facilities. to use for the universal pre-K. That's it.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Dr. Haynes.
Carol Velez, 95 Laurel Street. My question is, on August 19th, we had two calls that came into the ambulance regarding one of the players that was on the field and was dehydrated. This happened after 5:00 p.m. Until what time are these kids practicing in the summertime? Nobody knows?
We're taking notes for comment at the end of public comments off agenda items. Thank you.
Okay, I'd just like to start making a note that the board refused to answer my question on asbestos, BG5, CR5 with use of facilities, and P26 salaries. On Saturday, August 14th, you had a meeting that violated the Open Public Meetings Act. Mr. Demikoff, I'd like to know if you went. Mr. Demikoff, I might as well ask you the question since I don't answer anything I ask. How much does Little Ferry owe still? Have they made any payments? Have they signed the court-ordered contracts? The board cooperation, that's, you say lack of, that's between the administration and also the board? And did you have the cooperation you needed with the previous superintendent? I'd also like to know why Tom Kraujic is entering 98 Central Avenue mornings at 7:30 a.m. Dear members of the Ridgefield Park Board of Education, this is for Mr. Sadler. I wanted to bring to your attention Facebook post screenshots attached made by President Gibbons last night on August 13th, 2021. President Gibbons' post was a comment made in response to a community member's post, screenshot attached, regarding the committee to recall several Board of Education members, including himself. I feel that President Gibbons' posted was highly inappropriate, unethical, potentially dangerous, and unbecoming his position as a Board of Education president. Therein, President Gibbons publicly cast aspirations upon myself and another parent, Ms. Christina Ramos, while making demonstrably false accusations against us. In addition, President Gibbons lied, liked a comment, screenshot also attached, made in response to his potentially dangerous mischaracterization of myself and Mrs. Ramos, in which another community member, misinformed by the incendiary comments President Gibbons made about us, offered to provide him with bodyguard services, presumably to protect him from stalking and harassment allegations President Gibbons fallaciously made against Ms. Ramos and myself. In this public community forum, this action is particularly egregious, and it serves to further perpetuate and spread President Gibbons' patently false public insinuations that Ms. Ramos and I somehow acted violently towards him, thus potentially exposing us to physical harm. Lastly, Mr. Gibbons parentalistically assumed the prerogative to dictate to myself and Mrs. Ramos when we are allowed to respond to his public disparagement of us after he himself brought this matter to the public with his commentary. I found it offensive and hypocritical that President Gibbons would assume authority over our voices and when we are allowed to use them, even as he publicly besmirched our character. Somehow I feel that President Gibbons himself knows that this post was wrong, as he deleted it from Facebook a few hours after posting it. Unfortunately, there was already unacceptable damage done by that time. I hope that you as a collective board will address this matter with President Gibbons and make clear to him that his post was highly inappropriate. Ms. Ramos, myself, and any community member he has the privilege of representing and serving should be able to expect the utmost professionalism from him as a board president and is rightfully held to a very high standard, publicly, decorum, and integrity. I think that the board should take this up, and I think you should resign. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Will you please have the next member of the public?
At this 15 Homestead Place, I'm just going to take a moment, reserve the rest of my time. When I have my thoughts together, just so I'm clear, I don't remember the exact meeting date, but the board was voting on volunteer coaches. And it was discussed that clearly board members cannot be volunteer coaches in the school district. And whether I agree with that or not is irrelevant, because I know many coaches that have been on the board. I know PTA members that have been on the board, but these are the rules now. So the board, and I want to acknowledge this, the board did amend the resolution that it would no longer permit President Gibbons to coach, but only be the manager of water and supplies. You would basically be, that would be the extent of your duties. Is that correct? I think you can answer that.
I'm taking notes. Thank you.
Well, they did amend it, and despite amending it, so you could participate as a volunteer in football, you did decide to do things your own way, despite deceiving the board about what your intentions were. Okay, I'll reserve the rest of my comments for later.
We're not adding and reserving time. If you have any more comments, you have another 2 minutes and 60 seconds. Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening. Jay Sean Sadler, 139 Over Park Avenue. I'm going to read a statement that I prepared for this evening regarding concerns concerning President Gibbons. I would like to respectfully address a grave concern regarding President Gibbons. I will be as concise as I possibly can on this important issue. Thank you in advance for giving me the space to be heard and for your patience and grace in allowing me the brief time I need to speak on this matter. I do not know President Gibbons personally. With one notable exception, I have never spoken to or even encountered him outside of these official board meetings. Even our interactions at these meetings have been minimal. As such, I have no personal animosity toward him whatsoever. I claim no right to judge his quality as a friend, a neighbor, a classmate, a colleague, or even a volunteer football coach. Some of you may know him in these roles. I do not. He very well may be amazing at all of these roles, and that's great if so. However, as a father and a citizen of this community, these roles are inconsequential. My only concern is President Gibbons' role as the leader of this board. Whether President Gibbons should be allowed to be a volunteer football coach is also not the issue in question. It has been well established that one, as per the state ethics code, it is expressly prohibited for any board member to serve as a volunteer football coach. Two, President Gibbons was or should have been directly advised that volunteer coaching with the football team violates the state ethics code. Three, on several occasions during public board meetings, President Gibbons evasively and fallaciously denied that he has been acting as a volunteer football coach. And four, Ms. Christina Ramos and myself personally witnessed President Gibbons coaching football contrary to his public denials and attempted to address him directly about this matter when we observed him doing so. Let me be abundantly clear. Had President Gibbons not willfully disregarded the state ethics code, there would have been no reason for Ms. Ramos and myself to address him that day. Had President Gibbons not willfully been dishonest with the community about the nature of his involvement with the football team, even when publicly asked for clarity by members of the community on this matter, there would have been no reason for Ms. Ramos and myself to address him that day. And subsequently, had President Gibbons exhibited the maturity, respect, integrity, and character to take responsibility for his own actions, coaching in clear violation of the state ethics code and lying to the community about doing so, I would have no need to be here in this very moment addressing this issue. Attempts made by myself and other concerned community members to address President Gibbons' conduct have been necessitated by President Gibbons' own actions, no one else's, and they have nothing whatsoever to do with any personal grievances against him. They are solely motivated by nothing other than our commitment to achieve the best possible school district we can achieve for our children, period. Any attempt to claim otherwise is a sad and disingenuous attempt to deflect and disavow President Gibbons of his responsibility and accountability to our community. Instead of taking personal responsibilities for his own actions and trying to restore the trust he violated, President Gibbons vindictively sought to vilify and even criminalize myself and Ms. Ramos for attempting to hold him accountable to our community. President Gibbons' response to our attempts to hold him accountable was to publicly hurl manipulative, malicious, and demonstrably false accusations in the form of a Facebook post, which anyone can read for themselves on Ridgefield Park Neighbors and Friends. In spite of him deleting his comments shortly after posting them, we saved them and reposted them for all to see. We are not hiding in any way from his accusations because they are demonstrably false. I'm guessing that on some level he knew his post was wrong. Otherwise, why delete it? Unfortunately, this represented a cowardly act of deflection and avoidance, rather than the true leadership and integrity our community needs from its entrusted board president. Anyone can see the video for themselves and match it up against President Gibbons' untruthful and sensational accounts, not only on Facebook, but I'd imagine elsewhere in his personal communications with various community members, including allegedly the Ridgefield Park Police Department, who clearly should not have their finite time and energy misappropriated by our board president for this nonsense. I believe deeply in the fairness and intelligence of my fellow Ridgefield Park citizens. Listen to and look
Please wrap up your
closely.
statement. Your 5 minutes is up, sir. I really appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Do we have any more people for public comments?
Christina Ramos, 382 Teaneck Road.
Good evening.
In continuation, I believe deeply in the fairness and intelligence of my fellow Ridgefield Park citizens. Listen to and look closely at his claims regarding his encounter with myself and Mr. Sadler. I juxtapose those claims with the inventory 3-minute video and judge for yourselves what this whole episode reveals about President Gibbons' character and trustworthiness. Ms. Ramos, and I are unafraid to deal with the facts in this matter because we trust the intelligence of our community. The verbal exchange between myself and Mr. Sadler and President Gibbons lasted a total of 40 seconds. Mr. Sadler and I stepped approximately 5 feet onto the field through an open gate for a total of approximately 15 seconds. We immediately stepped off the field when asked to do so. We made a total of 15 remarks during this encounter, 11 of which were fair and reasonable questions. What are you doing here? I thought you didn't coach. Where are your water bottles, sir? Teach the kids honesty and integrity, right? The remaining 4 remarks were in comments like, hello, President Gibbons, looks like coaching to me. As an immediate response to our verbal interaction, President Gibbons can clearly be seen and heard in the video singing as he continues to coach. Never once can he be seen confronting or addressing any of the allegedly terrified kids he claims Mr. Sadler and I endangered. Throughout the entire 3-minute and 10-second video, the football practice continued on unabated, with student athletes barely even looking in our direction. The video clearly corroborates all of this. Go ahead, watch it for yourselves, and then compare it to President Gibbons' sensational and false account. We left Veterans Park immediately at the end of the video. According to President Gibbons, Mr. Sadler and I came on the field and intimidated and scared children. He claimed that we were crazed, yelling people. who were stalking him. These are his words. He insinuated that our actions constituted harassment and endangerment to the welfare of children, and that our behavior, not his, was inappropriate and deplorable. George Orwell would be proud. It has been credibly alleged that President Gibbons, in the most caring fashion, called the police on Mr. Sadler and I as well. A move that could potentially have deadly consequences for someone who looks like me, or even adversely impact my employment and my family's financial security. This speaks directly to President Gibbons' character and worthiness of our community's trust. Qualities that are fair, reasonable, and wise to examine in any public elected official, especially one in a position of leadership. What I find most disturbing about all of this is President Gibbons' cavalier attitude and lack of contrition for his transgressions. He behaves as though he is beyond reproach or impervious to public accountability. President Gibbons is quite smug and can visibly be seen and heard in the video we have of him actively violating not only the state ethics code, but also our community's trust, singing. There is no viable excuse for his behavior and misconduct. It's quite disrespectful, and it's also deleterious to healthy functioning of our school district. It is up to each one of us to ensure that this irresponsible, reckless, and disrespectful behavior does not go undressed. If President Gibbons clearly breaks the rules so openly and publicly, what is he doing behind closed doors and out of the public view? If he can lie about an incident that he knows we have a video on, can we trust him to be honest regarding matters like Dr. Bender or other issues impacting our community behind closed doors? I think not. As such, it is unequivocally clear that President Gibbons must resign his post immediately. Our community requires and deserves leadership with integrity. Thank you.
I would also like to state that we saw you laughing.
Thank you very much.
It's not a funny matter. It's quite disrespectful for you to laugh.
Sir, you had your time to speak. It is time for another.
So I would also like to
Thank you
state
very much.
that President Gibbons.
We have.
No, your time is up, Mr. Verselli. Your time is up. Your time is up. And you guys
I'm
need to
sorry, we're not
resign.
gonna make a mockery of this meeting.
You will make a
had your
mockery.
chance to
I'm
speak.
sorry, sir.
And
You're
we
making
need
a
to
mockery.
You
Respectfully,
can be
sir.
removed from the meeting if you continue to speak.
Respectfully, sir, you're making a mockery of yourself and of our community.
You had your time to speak, sir.
And this, you've been very disrespectful. You laugh as we're speaking. You ignore us, and it's unacceptable. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Do you have any more public comments?
One more.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Give me a second, please.
We also have parents online as well.
What's that?
We have parents online as well. I didn't mean to say this. was
Oh, I'm
allowed.
sorry.
No. There's nothing to apologize for, ma'am. Go right ahead.
This doesn't count towards my time, right? I need a deep breath.
No, it's starting right now.
Okay. I'd like to start by clarifying that the current COVID cases in Ridgefield Park, the double digits that the nurse mentioned, that number is 13 in Ridgefield Park, which constitutes less than 0.1% of our town population has COVID right now. Members of the board, I know you can't answer questions, but maybe you can raise your hand. Can you raise your hand if you believe parents and their chosen doctors are the right people to make medical choices for their children? Thanks, George. Anybody? 2, 3, 4. Okay. Can you raise your hand if you believe the decision of whether to wear a mask in school should be left up to parents and a child's doctor? Okay, fair enough. I'll take it. If you've raised your hand, I commend you for it. And now I ask you, if you raised your hand, what are you going to do next? Are you going to tell the governor? Or better yet, are you going to tell him how the parents of RP feel about his mask mandate, as well as his banning of any other options for parents? I would expect you to conduct a survey. You haven't done that yet.
And I'd expect you'll do your duty of representing the parents and children you were elected by and communicate our collective feelings to the governor. You all have a pretty good knowledge of what I believe when it comes to masks and parental freedom, but I don't know where everybody else stands. Maybe 90% believe the complete opposite of me. That's their right. Still, I say, ask them, then take the appropriate action. I've heard it's just a mask. What's the big deal? Wear it and stop being so stubborn and irresponsible. It is just a mask. It's just a piece of cloth over a child's nose and mouth for about 6 hours a day, every day, with a break for lunchtime. That little ones see so many people wearing, they think it's normal now, and worse, they think they must, or someone may be sick because of them. Just a mask that makes it impossible for children to see each other's expressions of any kind for most of the day. Make it difficult to be heard clearly, difficult to hear others clearly. Just a mask that becomes so contaminated daily, much like a backpack thrown around, left on surfaces, covered in snot, and then put back on their faces. It's just a mask that decreases their proper oxygen levels and suppresses their growing immune systems. I care deeply about all of the children in my hometown, so I can't stay silent, and I'm going to share what I know with parents. I would never dare tell them to do as I say, but I'm going to give them information. And to the parents who, for one reason or another, are worried about their child getting this virus at school, please don't have a false sense of security with this mask mandate. Kids are going to be touching their faces all day, pulling their masks down, in the bathrooms, hallways, talking to their friends, you name it. If anything, they'll be cross-contaminating the masks, which are designed to be used in sterile environments by medical professionals, not school buildings by 4, 5, and 6-year-olds. I believe every parent in this town wants to do everything in their power to protect their child. So perhaps we should be less focused on mandating masks and more focused on protection measures that don't adversely harm our kids. We can always do better, but rather than working together and being innovative, our governor says, just mandate everybody. There's been a lot of talk about mask studies, whether they work or don't work. But what about risk assessment? Does anyone know the amount to which a risk level of contracting COVID from a child increases if, let's say, 50% of the school children instead of 100% wear the mask? Anybody know? Nobody does, not even our governor. He's never talked about risk or spread, citing numbers or statistics, only rhetoric. He uses words like upticks and statements like children are in the hospital and they're dying. Doing your own risk assessment is so important. For my family and children, masking might pose greater harm than good. In addition, for my child, never seeing her teacher's face is going to significantly hinder her ability to learn. Kids with hearing and focusing issues, to just name a few, are adversely affected by mask wearing. Do you know, it's like Dr. Fauci said himself, hopefully these masks won't have lasting harmful impacts on children. The chart I handed out earlier shows that there's absolutely zero correlation found between strict mandates and lockdowns and a decline of COVID cases. Zero. Can we say the same about masks and depression? Masks and a decreased performance in schools? Masks, as it says right on the box, do not prevent catching an infectious disease. Perhaps you believe it will slow the spread to some small degree by catching a sneeze or a cough from an infected child, but still, it will not prevent it. I'm happy to share a very informative piece written by a biostatistician. She has no political affiliation. It explains in detail the types of studies that have been conducted on masks and viral spread and the flaws of certain studies versus others. You can contact me if facts without political bias is of interest to you. A year ago, we were in a health crisis due to COVID-19. There was so much uncertainty and fear, and most Americans were willing to do anything that may or may not be effective in combating the spread of the virus. I know I'm not at 5 minutes.
Thank you.
That willingness to do whatever it takes hasn't changed. What has changed is what we know now. We have the freedom and obligation as parents to do our own homework. What good is any of that if we don't have the freedom to make our own decisions?
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm
We have-
far more worried about a state in our country leaning in a direction that favors dictatorship over parental choice and medical freedom than I am about any virus, and we can't allow this to be the new normal. I love this town. I've had such faith that despite differing opinions, we could work together and take appropriate measures and open schools safely. Many parents have given up and they think that that option is gone. It's not gone because it's not gone if this board and the superintendent stand up and take back the power. You're not off the hook with this mandate. You can write an opposition letter at the very least. Please don't tell me you can't. I'll be happy to show you what
Please,
several
we have
other New
other
Jersey boards have done and how
people
they
that
are
have to
supporting
speak,
parents and
ma'am.
students'
It's-
rights. And now I'm done, and that was not
7
5 minutes. And lastly, I do have a question.
Thank you.
How do I access the school curriculum? Because it's not accessible from the website.
Thank
And
you
no
for
one
your
has
comments,
answered that
ma'am.
question for me. Thank you.
Could we please have anyone with their hands raised virtually before you have people come up a second time to speak? Is there anybody, Nancy, that's in the crowd? So we'll go through the people virtually first that haven't spoken yet. All right. If we could start promoting, thank you very much, Ms. Luciano. Good evening, ma'am. Ms. Nunez? Right. I think she can you hear us, ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we can.
I apologize. It took a moment to unmute myself. I just have a question and then a comment, and I will try to keep both as brief as possible because it's 10:41 at night and I know everyone is pretty tired. So my first question is directed to the board. I am a parent who's about to have a first-time student entering the school system. And I have been looking on the website for very specific information as to how social distancing will be maintained in classrooms that may be full. And I've not found that very specific information. I did read the 2021 Safe Reopening Plan that was posted online. But unfortunately, in reading that cover to cover, it just simply stated over and over again that CDC guidelines would be followed. And so, you know, whether it's now or at some point later on, I'm just looking to find out what the actual logistics are for maintaining social distancing inside of classrooms. If there's, say, for example, 21 children in a room, how is that going to be accomplished? So I don't know if someone can somehow post that or answer that, but I am curious as to how that will be accomplished. And then lastly, just as a former student that went through the school system here, just speaking from the heart now, I am so dismayed at what I've been seeing tonight. This is my first Board of Ed meeting that I have participated in out of interest. And I've never seen it like this before. I am hoping that Dr. Haynes and new leadership can somehow bring some order to what's been happening, but it is disheartening. I'm hoping that the comments of the public are addressed because it seems like there are members of the public who have real grievances and real issues. And as an outsider looking in for the very first time, it is frightening to think that you're going to have a child entering a school system where there is so much discord and so much dismay. So again, that's just speaking from the heart. That's it. I would like to relinquish the rest of my 3 minutes to the remainder of the public, but if someone could just please post the logistics on how social distancing will be accomplished in the classroom when you have full classrooms, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening.
Good evening, Jimmy Coloma, 145 Poplar. Could you guys hear me
Good
okay?
evening. Yes, we can.
Thank you. I just had a brief statement and a couple of simple questions, just to kind of piggyback off of the comment that the young lady just made. I guess in my opinion, I don't understand the new format on the public answering questions, or I'm sorry, asking questions and then the board answering the questions at the end. I'm sure there's a good reason for that. I guess my question would be, where's the transparency around that? And that seems to be a bit more disconnected than kind of working together. but that's a personal comment of mine, right? Because everything's about communication and transparency. I'm not sure how that makes the process more efficient, but I'm sure you guys have great reasoning behind that. But my direct questions are, who is documenting the questions? Because I don't see anyone writing anything down, and maybe they're not on the screen. Mr. Gibbons, I guess a commitment was made to answer all the questions at the end. So will someone be reading back the questions as well as the answers?
Well, Mr. Coloma, just to answer that, it's up to a board member or administration if they want to answer questions or not. That's just the time we're going to do it, rather than a back and forth question answer time. That's going to be the time where we're going to answer questions. And I see several board members taking notes, including myself.
Okay, again, I don't know that all the questions will be consolidated and be precise, but if you choose not to answer, I guess that's up to you. But then I guess I don't understand why we don't just say that up front when a question is asked, that we will decide not, will reserve not to answer the question, as opposed to wait to the end where probably very minimal will be answered, because a lot of important topics and questions were brought up.
Somebody could be waiting all day.
I mean, what's the point of asking questions if you don't know if it's going to be answered or not? That doesn't seem to me like a good way of communicating with the community. So again, if a commitment was made up front that the questions will be answered at the end, I hope you stick to your commitment. And we hear a response. If the response is, I don't have a response, or the board chooses not to respond, then I would expect to hear that response to the question. Right? You don't have to expand on an answer, but your answer could be the board decides not to answer or respond to this question. So I'm hoping you guys have good notes. You read back every question that was asked and you respond to each one of them. I think it's only fair to the public. It's your role, your responsibility as public officials and working with the community. You know, I think this new format, in my opinion, just creates more frustration, more disconnect, less transparency. But those are my comments. I guess it's like you said, it's up to you guys to decide on how you decide to respond or not. Thank you.
For your comments.
President Gibbons, if I can just say real quick, Mr. Coloma, I have not, I'll call you Jimmy because I know you. I have not agreed to not answer questions or to answer questions only at the end. My entire board has not voted on this policy change. I just haven't been asked a question directly that I feel I should answer, but I have not agreed to this new format.
It's not a new format. It's in our policy. It's not a policy change either.
This is a practice change. This is a big change, and everybody, the entire public is saying it's a big change. This is
It's a
big change.
comment section. It's not a question answer. We can.
I think that's called
People
gaslighting.
can answer questions. Thank you. Do we have anybody else online, Mrs. Luciano?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Trisha Carney, 201 Park Street. My question is in regards to quarantining, if children have to quarantine. I know the governor had mentioned that there would be no remote option for kids, but it seems to be coming up a lot between parents that if a classroom has to quarantine, would the children's cameras be turned on in the classroom for those children that are home to actually participate in the classroom? This question keeps coming up and we haven't seen any information. There was recently an article that was posted. I don't have my home computer right now, so I don't know exactly where it was, but it was specifically mentioning the superintendent of Sparta, Lodi, and a few other districts saying that they would turn the cameras on in the classrooms every day, regardless if there was anybody home for even a slight stomach bug. So I was wondering if that was something that was going to happen in our district as well. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Now we're going to promote the next speaker. Thank you, Mrs. Luciano. Good evening.
Gillian Mark, 305 Fifth Street.
Good evening.
Over my 14 years of attending these board meetings, yes, this is a huge policy change in not answering the questions that people are asked. So yes, I know it is in the handbook, but yeah, it is a policy change. And it's a chicken shit way to get out of not wanting to answer questions. So you can't say that, oh no, this is just the way it is. It's in the book. No,
Ma'am,
you
again,
did it. No,
It's
don't.
your right to make any positive or negative comments. But some
Excuse me, this
negative
is my
comments
time.
could be
Excuse me, this is
caused
my
slander.
time.
We're not cursing here.
Excuse me, this is my time. I'm going to continue. Also, Mr. Demikoff, thank you very much for explaining the laptop Chromebook situation. I appreciate your explanation. And I'm sorry for the mob mentality of the majority of the board on how they tried to say that, oh, you spent our money already, because they're looking to try to blame stuff on you because they look so thuggish as it is. So I appreciate your explanation, and the majority of this board is really just trash and they're just showing it. So thank you very much, Mr. Demikoff. You're doing a great job. Keep it up and let's get rid of them. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, you're so
Will you
welcome.
please promote the next speaker? Good evening, ma'am. If you could just unmute.
Ingrid Rafterby, 54 Ridgefield Park.
Good evening.
I have a question for all the students. In previous meetings, I heard that there were new books, new learning materials purchased. Did that happen? If my granddaughter goes to 9th grade, will she have brand new science book, English books, new reading books, and not just hand-picked readings books, but also socially aware history in regards to everybody? So that's my question. Are there going to be new books? Could you please answer that question?
He
We'll,
wasn't
answer
listening. He was
questions
too
at the
busy
end.
laughing.
I'm sorry, Ms.
Well,
Rafter.
it's not very funny when a 6th grader has a history book that was 20 years old. So I don't think that's a laughing matter, and you're
No, we're
very
not smart, man.
disrespectful. So I would like to know
That
if
wasn't
you
accurate.
if new books were purchased.
Thank you, ma'am.
My time is not up, sir.
The questions will be answered by administration and or board members at the end, if they wish to.
If they wish to, so you're not answering, basically. I just want to say thank you, Dr. Martinez, for supporting our community. Thank you, Mr. Demikoff, for doing such a wonderful job. And I know the community is waking up, so we'll see what happens. Have a good evening.
Thank you, ma'am.
I just want to slip in a positive comment while we queue up the next person. As it gets late, and I know people want to get us to call. I just want to thank all the teachers and all the parents who are about to open up school. It's a very difficult year for you guys, and I wish you the best of luck and much kudos to you guys.
Good evening, everyone. Suheni Perez Sadler, 139 Overpeg. Dr. Martinez, I could not agree with you more. I am so proud of our teachers, our staff. Again, I started out with giving kudos to our acting superintendent on the goals and trying to move forward. I do have some specific questions to follow up on what some parents have already asked. We are 3 weeks away from opening. And the school opening plan provides us some answers, but there's still a lot of unanswered questions. So again, to reiterate some of the questions that have already been brought up, I understand I will not get an answer, but I hope that it's at least on the record that these questions are being raised by concerned parents. What are the protocols for social distancing when we are at full capacity? What are the protocols that are going to be put in place for indoor activities such as eating in the cafeteria or PE when students are without masks? Again, I'm not sure if social distancing is even possible. So what are the prevention methods that are going to be put in place when our kids are unmasked and indoors, when we know that that is a potential for community spread, especially in our elementary school where none of our children are vaccinated? What are the protocols for quarantining? What happens if a student tests positive or is exposed? Are they out for 10 days, 7 days? The CDC leaves it up to the school districts. Will there be a difference in terms of number of days that a student needs to quarantine if they're vaccinated or not vaccinated? What happens if a teacher tests positive and they have to be out of the classroom in quarantine? What will be put in place? A lot has been said around academic learning loss. So what is in place to ensure that there's continuity of instruction? Will there be a remote learning available as a parent asks? And no, worksheets are not instruction. So do not send my child with a packet for her or him to figure out, or for me to help him figure it out. What is the plan for continuity of instruction while quarantining? There's also a lot of talk about learning loss in terms of academics, but there's a lot more around social loss, right? We've talked about the importance of addressing mental and emotional wellness. I see our budget. We are hiring additional safety officers, but we're not hiring additional social workers, school counselors, or school psychologists. So what is it that we're doing to be in place? What are our teachers? I see there's some training around trauma-informed care, but they're just being trained, the first week of school. So I know I need some time after I go to a training to be able to implement it. So without the mental health leaders who go to school and have licenses, again, social workers, school psychologists, school social worker, school counselors, to do some mental health screening and ensure the emotional and mental wellness of our students, what is our plan to ensure that our kids that are traumatized, that are grieving, that have been isolated, are able to be socially integrated? My kids are going into the 7th grade. They have not stepped into a physical classroom in a year and a half. What is the plan for them? And in terms of their social and emotional wellness. And then the last question I have around the building, because they are going to the 7th grade, I'm actually not sure about if the building is prepared, the ventilation of our of the classrooms. Does every classroom have an AC, or do they have a window? So again, lots of questions on operations, and we're 3 weeks out. I want to reiterate my thank you to our state monitor for advocating and under the advisement of our staff, actually making sure that we have really important technology in the hands of our students. And I also want to say that I find the whole thing that the board is doing deplorable. This is a lack of transparency. There's yelling. We tell our children not to yell, but as adults, you're yelling. It's just one of the saddest things I've seen from public officials in a long time. So I hope that our board members do better, because kids, my 2 children right now, are watching you and they're hoping for better role models. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening. You may have to unmute.
There we go. Thank you. George Ramos, 216 Teaneck Road.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's good to see that the board is engaged. But a couple of things that I'd like to bring out that I noticed was that there was a lot of attention to money that was spent, that was appropriated for certain expenditures that Mr. Demikoff approved. But the 500,000 that was paid early, that was also approved. And that was kind of, when it was brought up, it was kind of brushed off the table as, hey, it was approved and let's move on. So I applaud Mr. Demikoff for taking the initiative to put the kids first. And I'd also like to say to the board, I know that there are a lot of you with some fantastic intentions. Mr. Martinez, Mr. Gomez, and others on the board. I just happen to know them. But what I would like to say is that the community's watching. There's a reason why the community is out there. They're calling in, including myself, because of the fact that we see that there's something wrong that's affecting our kids. And I would urge the board to take note of that. There's a reason why everybody is out, up in arms, and standing before you and calling in at 11 p.m. There is something wrong. You need to take a look at that. That message was for the board. And for the community, my message is keep up the fight, but also keep in mind that elections have consequences. Everybody that is up on that dais, we, the community, put there. So let's look back at that the next time that elections roll around and people want your vote. Do you want your questions answered when you have questions that affect your children and your families directly? Or do you want to be told, we'll wait to the end and we'll answer it if we want to later? To the board, whoever came up with that idea, maybe Mr. Gibbons, I don't know, as someone who spoke previously, would you tell your kids that? Would you address your own children that way? When your kids have a question, do you say, well, I'll tell you at the end of the day, if I remember, if I want to answer that? Let's, again, I urge the board to take an internal look. There's a reason why people are out here at 11 p.m. addressing you with concerns. I yield my time back.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening,
again.
ma'am.
Marley Gonzalez, 225 Euclid Avenue. First of all, just a few comments. One, I wanted to say I try to attend the meetings in person. I couldn't do so tonight. I thank you for listening to us who are online, but I do think it's rude to put us before the people that are standing there because they're actually present. So just a consideration in the future, perhaps listen to those people first. And
I'm sorry, but they already spoke, ma'am, and that's the reasoning for this.
I already spoke as well. My point is they're there and it's just rude. But in any event, that was just a comment. The other thing is it's very difficult when we're watching from Zoom, even when we're present, because it's hard to see very clearly, to know who's speaking. So just like my name goes up when I'm speaking, it would be really helpful if whenever a board member speaks, the name of that board member is put on top so that we know as well. It holds us all accountable and it's just easier then to direct our questions later to that particular board member. For instance, I'd love to know which board member said just a little bit ago that this idea of holding questions till the end or answering at the end was not something that was voted on. I want to say it was Dr. Martinez, but I don't know. Could someone just tell me that quickly?
Yes, it was me.
Dr. Martinez, thank you.
Correct, yes, it was Ricardo, yes.
Okay, thank you. I based that up just on like kind of, guessing. It would have been nice to have seen the name, but thank you. In addition, this whole idea that, our questions will be answered at the end if the board wishes to. I'd like to know what happens if the board doesn't wish to. What's our recourse, if any? So if somebody could answer that at the end. I also want to state that what Mr. Ramos just said before was right on. Thank you, Mr. Demikoff, again, for being the hero of the evening, frankly, but also just for approving the expenditure of the Chromebooks. There are so many students in this district who can't afford the technology, and it's so important that the schools are putting our kids first and are approving that kind of expenditure. That's the kind of expenditure, frankly, that needs to be made. And I think it's amazing, and it just proves Mr. Demikoff's point at the beginning of tonight when he said that his authority has been diminished and he's not being listened to. The way that the board ripped into every single detail of that expenditure, which was for our students, is unreal, especially given the fact, as Mr. Ramos pointed out, that the board agreed to repay an interest-free loan before it was necessary, against the advice of Mr. Demikoff. Interest-free. That is absolutely mind-boggling. But here, the board is questioning and trying to throw Mr. Demikoff under the bus for spending money on our students. It's disgusting. I'm just appalled and horrified, and my dogs are apparently also. Anyway, again, thank you, Mr. Demikoff, and thank you to the board.
Thank you, ma'am.
It doesn't matter. I can discuss what I want to. No, I'm going to discuss. You cannot dictate to me what I'm going to speak on. You will not dictate to me what I will speak on. There were several
Another
people.
topic.
There were several people who spoke
Please
about the
start the
same
timer.
thing twice, so I can
Luciano.
speak on whatever I want. It's funny
Please
how
discuss a different topic.
It's funny. It's gonna be.
Thank you.
It's funny how you speak
I
about.
will answer your question.
It's funny how you talk about slander so lightly, and
Not
you
at all.
wrote this post on Facebook against myself and Mr. Sadler. So, Mr. Gibbons, if you felt, this is going back to the incident that happened on August 11th on the field. If you felt that the children were intimidated, scared, and endangered by these crazed, yelling people, as you stated in your post, why didn't you guide the children away from the field to safety? You didn't. Instead, as seen in our video, you were singing at one point and continued coaching without a care in the world for these poor endangered children. You also referenced inappropriate behavior. Do you think it was appropriate behavior to go onto social media and amplify, deceive, and distort what actually occurred on the field that morning? Your malicious attempt to entice a confrontation among the parents and community with your false accusations was disgraceful. You mentioned in your post that we stalked you. Let me help you understand the true definition of stalking. stalking, a pattern of a person who harasses someone with unwanted and obsessive attention on more than one occasion. This has been the only time that Mr. Sadler and I have had any direct contact with Mr. Gibbons outside of BOE meetings. So please, don't give yourself that much importance, as if we have nothing better to do than to follow you around daily. Many community citizens have been wondering what the big deal is that President Gibbons wants to coach. You are right, community. It's nothing wrong with a community member willing to volunteer their time to coach. This is not a matter whether coaching is a bad or good thing. This is about a board member who has a complete disregard for following the rules and policies as an entrusted Board of Education elected official. The problem is you are violating a state ethic code which prohibits any board member to serve as a volunteer coach. You know this and have been advised of this previously. The board meeting of June 9th, personnel agenda P number 211, title of volunteer football coach for the 2021-22 fall sports season was amended to football volunteer of quality control and equipment. Why was this title amended if you had approval to be a volunteer coach with no limitations? If you are so passionate about your need to serve as a volunteer coach, resign your position on the board and coach. Problem solved. Now, I would like to ask the board attorney or board members to please give us clarification and closure on this topic once and for all so we can move on. Can Mr. President Gibbons, Christopher Gibbons, coach on a football team? Is he a coach certified? Environment. Harry? Oh, and one last statement before you answer that. If anyone would like to view my life-threatening video, I have it available. I do not hide behind any fake Facebook profiles. I am very easily accessible, and I'm willing to make
members of the
a
public
group
who would like to speak.
meeting, I'm not done, a
Thank
group
you, ma'am.
meeting at MK Valencia if necessary, and I'll show you on the video.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Wright, if you would like to comment on that, as legal counsel, as asked, as board members being volunteers.
The only thing I'll say is I've already answered this question on a few occasions at board meetings. I've given advice to the board and I've given advice to individual board members when they've requested it. And I'm not at liberty to share the specific advice that I give.
Thank you.
Community members, are you listening to this?
Ma'am.
I can't hear anything she's saying, President Gibbons.
Well, to all those you doubtful Thomas, what is it called? Doubtful Thomases out there, this is your answer. There is no answer because he knows I am right.
I'll answer at the end. Thank you.
You're not welcome.
Like to go on record stating that there has not been one positive reaction for anything the Board of Education has ordered tonight. We have a meeting being run that is out of control. Half the board was not aware of Mr. Gibbons' new policy. Call it whatever you want, new policy. Mr. Gibbons, President of the Board of Education, is unaware of the circumstances around the gym. Mr. Gibbons, President of the Ridgefield Park Board of Education, is unaware of what is going on with the computers. People in town need to be aware our Board of Ed is sinking and sinking fast. A lot of that is based on lack of leadership, transparency, and honesty. The Board of Education has a clear responsibility to answer to the people. Mr. Gibbons time and again has stated and changed the rules so that they do not have to be transparent with the Board of Education.
Myself, but we board members and administration can comment at the conclusion of public comments.
If you remember the question.
You've been extended to 5 minutes.
If you remember the question, why would you not
This is a
just
comment
answer?
section.
Why would you not just answer it when you're asked it?
This is a comment section, sir.
Excuse me?
This is a comment section. You can
You
continue.
are a very poor leader, sir. You don't even know how to answer the question. When I ask you a question, why wouldn't you answer? I would like the public and everyone in this room to take note. These are the answers we get from our president of the Board of Education. The legal counsel, the business administrator, the superintendent of schools, and the state monitor are all highly qualified professionals paid for by the people of Ridgefield Park. The BOE, acting contrary to their advice in order to serve their own agenda, is certainly not in the best interest of the taxpayers or the students. Thank you.
Thank you. Next public comment, please.
Ed DeSantis, 15 Homestead Place.
Good evening.
Good evening. I think the only thing I want to say is to just recap what we've learned tonight. And I think that Mr. Raftery led into a good place on that. What have we learned tonight? We have learned the board is acting dysfunctionally. We have learned that a board member votes on a relationship that he should not vote on. And in my opinion, the person who has that position very well earned it on her own, does a good job. But despite that, a board member refuses to recuse himself when he should. We've learned that the public asked about $500,000 going back to the state. We were told by a board member that it was going to be addressed in committee meeting. However, committees don't make decisions for the board. You need to have a whole class on that. And there was no meeting. The clock ran out and you knew it was going to get paid. It was a farce. Mr. Verselli didn't understand the question that was asked by myself and my wife. Hers was about the safety of the staff and students if they were exposed. Mine was about how long have you known about this kind of money had to be spent before you gave $500,000 back to the state? We've learned that President Gibbons not only doesn't want to hear that the public speaks, but he is afraid to manipulate the law to a way where he can avoid questions. And most people's questions weren't answered. The one even about the Cherry Tree Commission had to go through it antics to try and get an answer from you guys. And then, well, who gave the right to take the treats out anyway? I'm not going to go on a tangent. There's not a lot of time. But here we have seen where we have a few good board members, and you know who you are. You know, you've asked good questions for Linda and Mary Ricardo. And I have to say that, you know, there are hardworking board members that unfortunately you're tainted with the behavior of this board. This is embarrassing. You don't know what you're doing. And we've learned tonight that even you, Christopher Gibbons, knowingly are coaching our kids, football kids. We know knowingly that you had the board amend the resolution so you would not be a coach, and you deceived the board, the administration, and the community. In the end, I think you people better start knowing your roles. You don't run the school district. The superintendent runs the school district. The business administrator runs the business office. Your micromanaging, your lack of knowledge, your inability to answer questions is why you push the agenda off to answering it in the end when you really don't answer everybody's questions. Painfully and pathetically, I would hope you resign.
Public comment, please. Good evening.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Denise Santana, and I live in 101 Hobart Street. I want to start off with a little bit of goodness because it is very disheartening that every time we come together as a community, these meetings, I have already spoken to people, have raised their blood pressure, given them headaches. Nobody seems to just be happy. And there's reasons for that, clearly. But again, I'm going to start off with some happiness, just to switch it up a little bit. I want to start off by saying how wonderful the activities that were available to our children over the summer with the mobile lab and the Meadowlands program. Thank you, Dr. Bender, for such an amazing, amazing contribution to our students. My child was so happy to be a part of an amazing learning experience. Who knows where she's going to be? Maybe she'll be a scientist. We'll see. And then on top of that, I also want to say to Mr. Haynes, thank you for convincing Ms. Butler to come together and have this wonderful dancing experience for our children. It was awesome. You got to see it. It was fun. It was kind of last minute, but sometimes that's how you got to roll in life. It was amazing. That is what we should be doing, focusing on our children. Period. So the fact that we keep coming here time and time again with our concerns, our questions, guess what? We are an involved community. Some Board of Ed would, I don't even know what they would want to do to have a community as involved as we are. And we are here time and time again, even with COVID. And the sad thing is, you don't seem happy that we're trying to get involved. On the contrary, you start to do things to try to silence us. Have you not realized that it's not going to work? And I'm not saying this for every single one of you. I see true leaders here, and I am so glad that you are there. So glad. But if each and every one of you could just do the right thing, we would be an unstoppable community, and our kids would be the ones that benefit. I don't get it. You were chosen in a sacred position to be the light and guide for our children. Did you forget that? Do you need to be reminded? This is why we are here time and time again, to consistently remind you. Don't try to silence us. It's not going to work. We will find other ways to make our voice heard. But instead of doing that, putting up that barrier, work with us, for crying out loud. This is a wonderful thing to be a part of the Board of Ed. And you are not taking this job seriously. You think you are, because some of you always say like, oh, whatever it is that you want to say. But I am not alone when I say you really need to rethink your priorities. You really do. You really, really do. Because at the end of the day, if you do not serve our children, you are not doing your job. Period. Period. And the fact that it's, let's see, 11:24 at night. Do you think like we want to do this? I don't get it. Like, we're not doing this for our health, but we are doing this for, once again, our children. Because they are the ones that matter. And the board members that do have kids in the school district, I do have much more respect for you. Because at the end of the day, I would like to hope that any changes that may not be in favor of our children, you at least are affected. I mean, I don't know. I got some crazies up in this world. I don't know each and every one of you completely personally, so maybe I'll hold off on that comment. Moral of the story, you are here for our children. Our children. The end.
Thank you for your comments. Can we please have any member of the public that hasn't spoken?
Interesting, he says that as I step to the microphone. Very interesting.
I'm sorry, there's a gentleman that hasn't spoken before. If you've spoken 2 times already, we're not going to allow you to speak a third time.
The gentleman is asking me to go ahead and speak.
At this time of the night, if you've spoken 2 times already, a third time, we're not going to go through again. If this
So
gentleman would like to
it's-
speak, it's his turn. Since he hasn't spoken, I'm trying to be polite here. Thank you, Mr. Sadler.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Raymond Dwyer.
Good
I'm the
evening.
founder of the Ridgefield Park Citizens Oversight Committee. We did the investigation on the missing $2.5 million. We've been working with the state monitor along with the state. And what's happening tonight, I just can't believe. I was a board member for 18 years. I sat in that seat as president 3 times. I never addressed the public like you did tonight. It's a total disgrace. You answer the questions when you're given the questions. It just boggles my mind. Now, I'd like to commend the state monitor for the work that he has done in the district. We talked tonight about laptops and his spending, but nobody on this board went after Little Ferry that owed us almost $2 million and still owes us over $1 million. Where's the voices on that? I haven't heard anything. There's other things that went on in this district. What about that $250,000 that was lost in overtime with Ridgefield Park Aftercare program? Did anybody go after them for that money? Why not? It's taxpayers' money. We paid the teachers. Why, he got the benefit from it. Wake up, board. I think it's time, but for all of us to sit back, wake up, and see what's happening. It's a total disgrace.
And again, if you've spoken 2 times already, we're not going to allow you to speak a third time. It's at this.
Jay Sean Sadler, 139 Overpeck Avenue. I'd like to say the lack of responsiveness, transparency, and respect is a repeated theme of this board. President Gibbons in particular, it's very unfortunate. This fosters an adversarial relationship with the community you are supposed to serve and work collaboratively with. Thank you to the few who are doing the right thing by us. We see you and you're very much appreciated. Thank you so much. I would like, because in the spirit of this continued lack of responsiveness, transparency, and respect, I did send an email to Trustee Cathcart, which was never acknowledged or responded to. I'd like to read that email at this time. Hello, Mr. Cathcart. This past Wednesday night, July 21st, 2021, at the last Board of Education meeting, you made a public statement to the community that, quote, children do not transmit COVID. At the time, I found this statement deeply concerning as it was contrary to all information I've received from medical and public health officials. I felt this apparent misinformation could be potentially harmful to our community, particularly coming from an elected official in a leadership position and with public trust such as yourself. I immediately used my smartphone to check my understanding against what has been published on the website of the Center for Disease Control, as the CDC is a widely recognized, reputable authority on this particular matter. My review of the website confirmed my concern regarding your misstatement that children do not transmit the COVID-19 virus. When I rose to directly cite the CDC website and to the public, in an attempt to correct what appeared to me to be a clear and potentially harmful misstatement that is of this important fact, you dismissed the information from the CDC and alluded to other quote unquote studies that informed your earlier claim. I ask that you please present these studies, one of which you mentioned came from Stanford University, to the public so that we can review them for ourselves and gain a better understanding of your claim that children do not transmit COVID-19. You agreed to provide these studies to myself and the rest of the public. I am writing you now as a friendly reminder of your publicly stated commitment to provide these important studies, which you cited as informing your statement on children and the transmission of COVID-19. Please share these studies as expeditiously as possible, as I am eager to assure my own and the Ridgefield Park community's understanding of this matter, which is critical and fundamental to our basic public safety. As a parent and a taxpayer, and as a member of the Ridgefield Park community, the critical importance of having an accurate understanding of these issues surrounding COVID-19, particularly as this disease relates to our children, cannot be overstated. Thank you in advance for honoring your public word and for your personal commitment of time and effort to do so. Regards, Jay Sean Sadler. I would like the board and the community to know that it has been 33 days since I sent that email on this urgent matter, potentially of life and death, to Trustee Cathcart, and it still hasn't been dignified with even an acknowledgement of receipt from him. My outreach as a parent was completely ignored. This I find completely unacceptable. It has been a full 35 days since, in his official capacity as a board member, Trustee Cathcart unethically spread dangerous medical misinformation to our community. There has been ample time for him to get the facts and to correct himself, and still to this day, he has irresponsibly not chosen to do so. Is Trustee Cathcart unable or unwilling to share the alleged research he says informed his misinformation to us? I cannot say for sure. In any event, it is abundantly clear that Mr. Cathcart was incorrect and dangerously so. There is no shame in making a mistake. I have made many myself, big and small, and will likely continue to do so. We are all only human. All we can do is take personal responsibility and try to correct ourselves to make things right. Some mistakes, though, are particularly egregious. And I'd say that this one by Trustee Cathcart falls into that egregious category. Have I myself made a mistake in entrusting Mr. Cathcart with my vote and encouraging others to do the same when I supported his candidacy to this board? That remains to be seen. I sincerely hope not. I hope he will do as we all teach our children to do, take responsibility, correct his wrong, and do better. I hope that today, here and now, Trustee Cathcart will have enough humility, decency, and love for our community to effectively and appropriately address this issue. If he does not have enough humility, decency, and love for our community to simply not spread medical misinformation in the midst of a global pandemic, then I must respectfully request his immediate resignation from our Board of Education. Thank you.
So DeSantis, I have two questions for Ms. Demikoff. Ms. Demikoff, can you tell me how much money has been spent on the Dr. Bender case to this point? And were you at the meeting where they violated the Open Publics Act on Saturday? Thank you.
We're having technical difficulties. Mr. Demikoff. Okay, we're back. I'm not sure if you wanted to wait till the end or answer now, Mr. Demikoff.
I can answer right now if you'd like.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, you want me to answer? I can answer right now. I wrote down the questions. I hope I didn't miss some. I was asked about how much Little Ferry owes us or how much they paid us, and I have those numbers. This was the adjusted tuition rate for 2016-17. They paid us $251,542. And for the 2018, I'm sorry, the 2019-20 school year, they paid us $534,701.04. So we received adjusted tuition payments, back payments from them based on the certified rates that the state gave us of $786,243.04. At the last week of June, a memo was sent from Mr. Tevis to Little Ferry asking them to, we would be very happy to set up a payment plan, but the adjusted tuition rate for the 2018-19, they owe us $1,042,725.27. We have heard nothing back from Little Ferry regarding that $1 million plus adjusted tuition that is due the district. As far as the retreat is concerned, I did not attend it. I have not attended in the past, and I would not have attended it anyway because the way the meeting was advertised, changed, and actually happened, I thought was a total disregard for the taxpayers of Ridgefield Park and the residents who might want to have attended that. I didn't think it was fair that people had to find out by coming to the high school and finding a note on the door. That was not an emergency type meeting. And if it had to be canceled for whatever the reason, it could have been canceled and rescheduled at another time. And I know I will hear, well, we had someone already scheduled to come and to do the retreat and all of that. However, I was not going to give credibility to the way that was handled. And in my opinion, it could very well be a violation of the Open Public Meetings Act. So let me say that. Also, I was asked about how much has been spent on the litigation with the with Superintendent Dr. Bender. I have the July legal fees, which amounted to $7,414.50, plus an additional $2,010.61 for a consultant that was used by our attorney. So the total in just July was $9,425.11. I've asked our attorney if she could give me an estimate for the June and May legal bills regarding that particular Dr. Bender litigation, and she said she would give me some type of an estimate, and I'm sure I'll have it soon. And I will be monitoring the legal costs as we go forward, and can always report back once I have that. As far as the cooperation, I was asked by one of the speakers, the cooperation that the state monitor had for roughly almost 5 years was excellent with the prior administration. That's why I think that, and I said that in my statement, that's why we were able to turn this district around. Everybody worked together. It was a good feeling to see the positive results that are reflected in the classroom. And I think the community was very happy we were going in the right direction. And it was a pleasure working with Dr. Bender at the time because we had a good working relationship and the communication was there and we worked together and there was no micromanaging here. It was a collaborative approach to dealing with the deficit. So I think those were the questions that I was asked by the public, and to those who made very kind comments towards me, I thank you very much. It's a thankless job, and I'm happy to help out the community and the residents, and I would only ask that the board and the administration, the current administration, would work with me, because the results prove for themselves that that's the way you get things done, and you do it in the right way, and everybody is very proud of the accomplishments, and I would ask them to join me again to go in that direction. So other than that, I have one other thing for new business when we get to that. That's it, Mr. Gibbons. I think I answered the public's questions. If I didn't, I'm sorry. I tried to write them down. So that's about it.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We're gonna conclude public comments tonight with the
I'm not
three public
finished.
comment. I'm
I'm
sorry,
here.
can you please
I'm
get
not
off the
finished.
microphone? You had
I
plenty
don't
of time to
care.
exercise your First Amendment rights.
No, you gave me
You're on
5
two
minutes.
times. We're
I
gonna
would like to
conclude
speak.
public
I'm going to
comments.
speak. I have one last statement to make,
I'm
and it's
sorry.
direct. It's not for
Ma'am,
you.
not tonight.
I'm not asking to you.
We're
I'm
gonna
not gonna ask
conclude
you.
public
I don't
comments with the
care.
three online
I am
people
asking
speaking.
a question
Please
to
get off
the board
or you'll be
member, and I
removed.
have a right
Please get
to
off the
speak.
microphone.
I have a right
Get
to
off the
speak.
microphone.
I have a right to speak. There is no limit for somebody to speak. Give me my right to speak. Thank you. My question is
We're not
for
doing this now.
Mr. Ricardo
We have people online that
Martinez,
haven't
Dr.
spoken yet.
Martinez.
We have people online that
I
have
don't
not
care.
spoken
I'm
yet.
here. I'm present.
Ma'am, you
I'm going to
have had
speak, and then
15
I'll sit
minutes
down.
of public comment
I
time
have 10.
to
Thank you.
exercise your First Amendment right.
Mr.
And
Martinez,
we're gonna not
on
start
June
with our
9th,
public comments. Please.
you brought up
sorry.
a
We're not
resolution
doing
for
this.
P number 211.
Can we
It
please-
was for amendment title of
This is
Mr.
off
Gibbons.
agenda items.
Do you recall this day
15
that it was brought up
minutes, we've
where
already
his
spoken.
title was amended from volunteer coach to
You've already spoken on this topic.
football
You've had
volunteer of
15
quality
minutes.
control and equipment?
Thank you very much.
Do you
Please
remember,
promote
Mr.
the
Martinez,
person
about this
online to
night
speak.
on June 9th? Dr. Martinez, do you remember that you brought this up?
I was going to address my vote on that at the end in respect for this new policy.
Thank you.
So I
Okay.
hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to answer because I asked the question, are you allowed to coach? And you refused to answer.
I will answer at the end. And we have 3 people that haven't spoken yet. You've had 15 minutes to exercise your First Amendment right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Can we please elevate the next virtual member of the public? Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Alyssa Artuso, 263 Overpeck Avenue. Okay.
Yes. Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. This remark is for President Gibbons. I would just like to take a moment to extend my appreciation to you for volunteering. As the daughter of someone who volunteered in the community for over 25 years, I am aware of the good it does and the lives that can be changed. While seeking to positively impact your community, this at times means making personal sacrifices. So President Gibbons, I hope you are aware that your sacrifices don't go unnoticed by those that are choosing to remain silent. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to conclude public comments after the last 2 comments online. And thank you, Mrs. Luciano. I know this is tough.
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
good evening. Oh, we can hear you, sir.
Yes, hi, thank you. George Ramos, 216 Teaneck Road. I called in earlier. I noticed a topic that I did not touch on when I called in earlier, but Mr. Dwyer touched on it. I don't know, but this was very early in the discussion. I don't know if it was the acting superintendent or someone else who made the comment of free money. I would just like to say that there is no such thing as free money. That money is either coming out of the pockets of Ridgefield Park residents who pay local tax, state tax, and federal tax. So there is no such thing, whoever made the comment, I don't know who it is. There is no such thing as free money. That's my money. That's all of our money. And if you truly think that it is free money, we have a very serious problem. Because you must have a free money tree in your backyard. I know I do. And I think that that is a problem that permeates government, where you're very happy to play with other people's money. I don't want you to play with my money. I don't want you to play with any of my neighbors' money. Let us do what we want to do with our money. We are seeing the same thing. As a prior service member, I'm disgusted by the fact that we are leaving American citizens behind. We are failing American citizens in Afghanistan. We are failing mission critical partners in Afghanistan. And we have left billions of dollars, billions, in equipment, military equipment, that our enemy is going to use against us. I urge whoever made that comment of free money, rethink it. If you really think that you are playing with free money, we have a very serious problem on our hands. That money we pay for our kids on a local, state, and federal level. So hopefully, I trust that Mr. Demikoff is the lid on that nasty little snake jar with all the stuff popping out of it that somehow seems to think that that money is your money to play with. So again, I commend Mr. Demikoff for keeping a lid on the jar. I yield back my time.
Board members or administration to speak on any questions if they would wish to. Thank you.
I'll go first, if that's okay. I just wanted to clarify, our attorney, Kerry, has always given us, in my opinion, excellent advice and represented this district amazingly well. And she's able to really, dare I say, dumb down legal speak so that I have understood everything she's ever said, I think. However, I think we can sometimes use, if you go to a lawyer and you tell him you want to rob a bank, the lawyer's going to tell you not to rob it. But if you tell them I'm going to rob a bank, give me advice, they will give you advice. Right. And I think that sometimes we hide behind what the lawyer says, and it's a bit of gaslighting in some ways what we do sometimes with the advice that we've been given by this attorney, much of which we have not followed in recent time. I want to make a comment about the mask mandate. The board spoke very briefly about whether this mask mandate and some of the other mandates had to be included in the code of conduct and in some, kind of punitive kind of sentiment. And the entire board really felt that that was not even a discussion to go down. I want to point out that last year masks were mandated, and I hear what you're saying about the mask. I have my concerns too. But last year masks were mandated, and I don't know of any kid that was suspended or punished or yelled at for not having his mask. And as you said, I'm sure those masks were petri dishes that were all over people's faces and things. So I understand the issue, and we do need to be more nuanced. But I just want, I think that our teachers are going to be prudent, and that kids are not going to be tortured into wearing masks. If a kid protests, I can't imagine that we're going to see incidences of people being suspended or anything like that. And if you do, I think it should be brought to the board, because that's not the spirit of that law or of this board. I want to clarify my vote very quickly on this whole football matter. I did vote to grant President Gibbons permission to volunteer in a very specific and narrow role that we all spoke about at length. that would not violate the ethics code. And our attorney gave us much advice on the narrow role that he would have and the narrow title that he would have that would prevent him from either giving or taking instruction from staff, giving or taking instruction from children or parents, from not having a consistent presence in the schools on a daily basis, and from not having any charge over school funds or equipment. And that was discussed and it was agreed upon. And that's what I voted on. And that's what I expect is going on in the fields. I'm not going down to the field. So I don't know what's going on there, but that's what I voted on. Same as when I, as a volunteer photographer, was voted on. It was very clear that I had no role in talking to the coach or the kids. I would walk into the gym, I would take my pictures and I would leave. Sometimes if my kids were playing, I didn't say hello to them. And when I took pictures of basketball, or I took pictures of Mr. Vaselli's kid on football or other sports, soccer, the Little League, all these things, I take my pictures. I have no influence on whether the kids do well or not. So that's a narrow role that a board member has on the field, and that's what I expect is going on. I wanted to ask also about, we didn't talk about this, but it's my understanding, Mr. Fernandez, that we are entering this year with less than the 1.5 surplus cap that we typically go in. And we haven't really talked about that. I said I'm not good with numbers, but my feeling is that we went into this year, into this new school year with our fingers crossed, because we are below the maximum cap that we typically have when we go into a school year. And somebody asked me about, you asked me about no, I already answered that, sorry. I got lost here. I think I already answered my vote on the football position.
Regarding the 1.5 gap you were talking about, I look forward to looking into that matter, and I know enrollment's been down significantly year over year, so I'll definitely have some answers. Personally, look into that.
There was a question on practice time. It's different depending on when it is. There's a heat acclimation period, so I'm not 100% sure when that is at all times. It's 7 o'clock in the morning to 10, and last week they came in at 1:30 to about 3, just for films and light activities. So the coaches are very aware of that. About the volunteerism, I was approved by the board. I do the 3 things. I follow the advice of our legal counsel. I do not discuss board business. I don't handle money, and I don't supervise staff. I'm not going to discuss it further because it's a possible legal matter. And that's all I'm going to say about that. So thank you.
So I'm going to address 2 or 3 containers before the close of the meeting. In my mind, the goal of a board meeting is to pass resolutions that are good for kids, that make schools smarter, healthier, and ideally make our kids smarter, make it a better environment to make our kids smarter. So on the resolutions and the agendas, you'll find some of those artifacts, and I just wanted to point some of those out. First of all, the first container I'd want to talk about is a demonstration of how we're making schools healthier and safer as kids come in. The demonstration that you had as you walked in the front door, you had to sign your name so we could do contact tracing. You saw thousands of masks like the one I'm wearing because our district has ordered thousands of those as you come in. You saw the PPE that's out there. And if you look around this area, you will see 4 new classroom air ventilators that have been working this entire time, filtering the air, as the vendor says, about 90% for the particles against the virus. One of those, we hope to open school in every single classroom. Those are some of the demonstrations of things that we're doing to make the environment safer and healthier. As far as social distancing, so I heard many questions on social distancing, students out for quarantine, teachers out for quarantine, really good questions. And as I said in my letter, which I'll mention in a minute, our administrator team will be going ahead and putting together a question and answer page for all of those types of questions. One of them, though, And I want to give credit to Mr. Demikoff and Mrs. Wright and myself and the union in hashing out an agreement that's in the resolutions that calls for 18 teachers to be paid stipends, because our principals recognize that you couldn't have all the kids in cafeteria. Absolutely right, for social distancing and being responsible. And the way around that, a lot of school districts are trying to figure out ways around this. I think we came up with a great solution, and the four of us worked on that together, and that was to pay teachers stipends over lunch times so that they could rotate into and out of classrooms, so that students could either eat in a classroom socially distanced or in the cafeteria, because you can't do both while there was teacher supervision. That's one of the resolutions that was passed to alleviate some of the social distancing issues that we had. There's a letter that I sent out. I went to our learning community August 23rd with what I call 3 non-negotiables. Remote learning options rescinded. The travel guidelines, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, which will probably apply to quarantining, whether you're vaccinated or unvaccinated, and the mask mandates. And again, I refer people to that. That's the letter that went out to our learning community that also states that we'll be putting out the question and answer webpage. And finally, a lot of good questions on how we're starting school. So there were 2 resolutions, P44 and P45. People were asking what's the difference between CUSAC curriculum development and professional development curriculum development. And there's a big part. They come from different learning containers. I want a second to explain it. CUSAC curriculum development takes the entire curriculum and revamps it to the modern standards that CUSAC is going to come in and look at and say, oh, your district passes curriculum for CUSAC compliance. The professional development is new this summer, paid for by the ESSER funds, by the federal grants, to get our schools back up and running. And that's for our teachers to look at the curriculum and say, you know, our kids have experienced learning loss. So we're going to look at pacing guides. We're going to look at learning acceleration. We're going to make sure that every student, just like the district goal, is paid attention to and feels connected. And what are some of the ways we can do that? So those are the 2 different ones. Some of the ways we can do that. Some of you mentioned or asked about social justice. And there are 2 resolutions in there. One's called Character Strong. It's FP21. That's our social justice professional development. And I'm going to leave you with this because I'm very proud and excited about it. And it goes again back to the board goal about every student connected. We will start the year with a keynote from Fidelity, and that's one of the resolutions, who will come in and provide a keynote, and one of you mentioned it, on trauma-informed instruction. Because our teachers need to be in front of our kids, they need to understand the kids that are in front of them, and need to start identifying what can we do to help our kids. That's the keynote. In the afternoon, we break into, and teachers are in their own schools, by the way, we break into small groups, and what's modeled for us are listening circles, because we're not going to wait into the school year by doing assessments and tests the first couple of days. We want to get a sense of where our kids are and who they are. We'll be doing listening circles, modeling that for our teachers, our adults. Our teachers will then break out into their own listening circles, so our adult learners can have a sense of what a real good listening circle is and have a sense of being belonging and connected and listened to and respected. And then they will take those practices into their classrooms to practice them. I think those are some great things and some great ways that we're starting the year. They're evident in all the resolutions that this board is passing tonight, and I'm proud of them for doing that and having the vision to reopen schools safely and guiding to wading in and seeing who our kids are and supporting them. I thank you guys for that.
Thank you, Dr. Hayes, and everyone else who commented. Is there anyone else that has a comment before we move on to unfinished business? Is there any unfinished business or just new business?
Let's do business under faculty and programs, and then personnel and finance.
Yes, I'm sorry. So, unfinished business, move on to new business, and we have some agenda attachments here. Trustee Thiemann, please move personnel.
I move P31, P54, P55, and P56.
I'll second.
Was that the second? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Saban,
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Phytros.
Mr. Phytros.
Mr. Phytros,
Vic. He's really sick.
You're on mute, Mr. Fitros.
Maybe we can come back.
He fell asleep. Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Versilli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes. And Mr. Fitros, maybe you're on mute.
Okay, all right, so we'll just abstain. Motion passes.
Oh, there is a new bid, yes.
Wait,
Yeah. 45-minute drive now. Exhausted. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe I'll stop.
I so move FP 19. I second.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
You have to vote. You have to vote. This is already.
Yes.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Fitros, Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mr. Thiemann,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes.
Motion passes.
If I could interject here, I don't, does the public have a copy of that resolution?
Mr. Demikoff, the last one read.
Yes.
It was a revision, actually, the last one read.
Okay, and what was the
FP19.
number? I couldn't hear the number.
FP19, Mr. Demikoff.
P19? Okay, very good. I have something for new business when you get done with the resolutions.
Thank you. Trustee Fernandez, Finance and Insurance.
Yes, I'd like to move FI 69.
Second.
Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
Mr. Fitros, Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Thiemann,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli,
Yes.
and President Gibbons.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Demikoff, if you'd like to read whatever new business you have.
No,
at the moment, you can-
Not, just want to bring something to the board's attention. The next board meeting is on September 15th. That happens to be a religious holiday. And in recognition of that and support of any of the community members and residents who may be observing that holiday, the board may want to consider moving that board meeting. We normally don't have board meetings on religious holidays. So if it's up to the board if they want to do that. And if you can pick a date, it could be the next Wednesday, the 22nd, or whatever the case may be. That's up to you. But I think when the calendar was constructed, there wasn't a realization about that holiday. It kind of slipped through. And now that it's coming next month, I just want to bring that to your attention, and you may want to change that if the board wants to change the date to another date. That's all I want to bring up.
Thank you for bringing that to us, our attention, Mr. Demikoff.
I'm okay with the 22nd. That would be fine.
Chris, I want to introduce something in new business. I want to introduce something in new business.
Yes. Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry. The scratch table will be okay with 26.
Right.
Let the public know if it happened.
Okay, on the 22nd is okay with everyone instead of being on the holiday. Let's make sure with
15. You guys look at the 22nd? September 22nd instead of the 15th?
I'm not available on the 22nd.
Okay, so then you just have to keep it for the 15th. Let's have, yeah, table, okay.
Think, we were just looking at the other dates, Mr. Demikoff. We're gonna try to accommodate everyone and absolutely accommodate the holiday, but we all have to look at our own schedules as well.
Sure, at least the public would be notified, those that are watching or may be there, that there may be a change in the date. And then, you know, we'll advertise it to whatever the date is the board picks, but that's your call. But I just wanted to let you
I
know.
think that was perfectly said, so thank you.
Yeah, I just want to make a motion that we clarify the board policy on public participation. Specifically, I think that we should go back to 3 minutes with the possibility of an extension if a person asks for it. I don't think people should have the pressure of filling 5 minutes of time. I know you're trying to give them more time up front, but in 3 minutes.
Wasn't it the opposite of what was said the other day?
No.
People get 5 minutes. Is
The-
that in the policy?
As it reads, the policy as it reads says people get 3 minutes, and at the discretion of the board president, it can be extended to 5 minutes, right?
Correct. So that was my discretion today to give 5 minutes.
Okay, yeah. I just think we need to be clear on that, and I also think we need to be clear on when board members can answer questions or should answer questions. This did not flow well, I think, tonight.
We'll discuss it in policy, Dr. Martinez.
So I'd like to make a motion that we do discuss it in policy before our next meeting. And I'd like to second on that motion, and maybe a vote. Second. I didn't get, we didn't vote on it. Yeah, I'd like a formal vote on it. I think Berlin
I can't hear it. I can't- It's hard to hear.
Sorry, I'd like a vote on it, that we're gonna do this before the next meet, that we're gonna do this at the next meeting or before the next meeting. I think Berlin just seconded it, so we just have to go.
I think in policy, we have to discuss this, but yeah, it doesn't need a formal vote. We'll discuss it in policy and we'll make sure to have policy before the next meeting.
The policy change, right?
Yeah,
That's the way it's done.
so we'll have a policy meeting before the next meeting.
Okay, so we'll bring something to the next meeting.
So we're
Yes.
going to have a
Okay.
policy meeting before the next meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if anything, why don't we also try to take some collaboration from the public regarding what their preferred format would be? It seems like there was a lot of confusion as far as what's the point of asking a question? I think our board attorney made it very clear that it's not a question, it's a moment of a comment.
Yes. it's supposed
So
to be a comment.
I just want to, maybe we'll have to gear it towards, because there were some important questions asked from the public, whether there's any recourse if we don't. So I, as a board member, would love to know that answer if I don't answer a question. So again, maybe we should ask for public input, some sort of survey as far as their preferred method of formatting. Again,
And that's
if they're willing to stay here to 12 and we'll stay here to 12. I mean,
that's a great recommendation.
That's all.
trustee. And also, I think before we go into policy, we should do research. I've done research. It's a common practice where this happens in Board of Education meetings. And I've looked at similar sized schools than also as well. Dr. Haynes, if you'd like to continue. Thank you.
There's a final resolution in new business that I need to read out loud. Resolved that upon the recommendation of the superintendent of schools, the board approves a sidebar agreement with the Ridgefield Park Education Association for the payment of a per diem stipend during the 2021-2020 school year for staff members to cover lunch duty in order to ensure compliance with social distancing during lunch periods. That does need a vote.
A motion? Okay.
Fernandez and seconded by trustee Gomez.
Okay, so say again, just because I'm
It's hard.
first, who moved?
Trustee
Fernandez.
Motion, second.
Gomes second, okay. Okay, Mr. Fernandez,
Yes.
I guess Mr. Freitas, we've lost him. Mr. Gomes,
Yes.
Dr. Martinez,
Yes.
Mrs. O'Neill,
Yes.
Mrs. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mr. Seaman,
Yes.
Mr. Verselli.
Yes.
And President Gibbons.
Yeah.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Could we have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
I'm sorry, I apologize. Trustee Verselli?
Yeah, I make a motion.
Yes, motion to adjourn. Seconded by trustee Thiemann.
Do you vote on that typically? or no?
Yeah, just make a motion to adjourn.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody, for coming out tonight and staying out.
I'm so tired. Who was it that moved that? I don't even.